All right, to anybody that's in here early, I'm just getting the stream, ready. So anybody who's early, thanks for showing up, but I'm just gonna promote my stream right quick to like my Instagram and a few of my friends, and then we'll get started at 3 o'clock. All right. So just bear with me for a second. All right, hold on. How long we got? We got 3 minutes. Like I said, I'm just promoting the stream on my other platforms right quick. So we'll get started. We'll get started in just a little bit. If anybody's in here early, please let me know. Drop a name or something like that. Tell me what's up. But yeah, we're gonna get started shortly. Let's see how we looking so far. All right, so it doesn't look like anybody's in here yet, but I'll have the stream on hand, and I'll just kind of sorry. I'll be looking at the chat and everything, but let's see, we got 2 minutes left. Give me 1 second. Again, just kind of promoting everything. Doesn't look like anybody's in here right now though, so that should be fine. All right, so we are almost ready to get started. I think I done sent it everywhere I need to be sent. Let me go ahead and go back to my YouTube so I can like actually check out the stream before it starts. All right, and it is 3 o'clock, so we are ready to get started with this stream. Hello, everyone. This is Little Comics, and today I'm going to be doing a TUDUM drawing live stream. So if you haven't seen Netflix drop a TUDUM related like live stream a couple weeks back, and they promoted a lot of like the shows that they've got coming. They're kind of either new movies or continuing shows, and it pretty much inspired me to go ahead and do this live stream. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a drawing of it. So let me take down the stream starting soon thing. Give me 1 sec. Okay, hold on. All right, so let me take that down, and then I'm gonna go, and this is just the promotional art for the software. So I'm gonna take that down, and then I'm going to start a new file. I'm gonna go 1440 by 1080 because that's pretty much like a 18 by 24 size, like a 3:4 aspect ratio, same difference. So we're gonna do that, and then this is our blank canvas. All right. So before I get started, let me, because I haven't actually pulled up the stream on my phone. I'm so sorry. All right. Now I can see any chats or anything that comes in. So how are we gonna do this? Okay, so first off, because I forgot last week, I'm gonna go and record a time lapse for this. And I'm going to have all of these drawings that I do on the live stream just kind of, I'm going to turn them into time lapses for like the Patreon members. So let's see. All right. So the characters that I am drawing for this are Wednesday, 11, Chopper, and a few of the Squid Game participants. So I'm just going to kind of go off of what I've kind of envisioned for it. So we're just going to do some rough sketches. Oh, I'm on the eraser. I was like, this would be a horrible day for my pen to not work. Okay. So these are gonna be some rough sketches. I'm gonna start with uh give me one sec. Let me make sure. Cause if I go and this stream is like private, I'm gonna be so upset. But it shouldn't be though, right? Let's see. Give me one second. I'm gonna just assume that it's everybody can see it. Otherwise, it is what it is. But yeah, let me go ahead and I'm gonna just do like some starting, just kind of stick figures right quick. So this one's going to be what I envision to be Wednesday, right? And I want her kind of back to back with 11. All right. And I'm gonna have like this little gun because it's kind of like a riot in the Squid Game. Like they've kind of taken over because if you have Wednesday in Squid Game, that's Wednesday is one winning. But outside of that, it's like there's going to be chaos. So let's just kind of give her like a rough outline. We're just gonna get the form. All right. So that's the basic form right there. I'm gonna start a new layer and then I'm gonna go and do 11, right? So I think this would be a cool one just because these are so drastically different of characters and they're both around the same age. So I think they could be like unlikely friends or something like that. But yeah, 11 usually has like this kind of superhero pose and she'll kind of stick one arm out. Sometimes it's two, but she'll usually have like one arm out and then she'll kind of like tilt her head downwards. So these are just things that we're keeping in mind off rip. I don't like how that looks, but uh and I'm doing short hair 11 on this one like at the end of season 4 for Stranger Things because I feel like that is like one of the most iconic looks she has. And she was like short haired for most of the series. So let's see. And I'm just gonna have kind of like this contrapposto kind of pose going for her. Here, one sec. All right. And then again, these are just kind of rough sketches. I get so self-conscious like starting these streams because they're always just rough sketches that I'm doing. And it is just okay. So these are like the basic are gonna be the basic forms for the two figures, right? And then I want to do a middle figure. I want to do Chopper in the middle. So I might have to move this around just a little bit. Matter of fact, let me go ahead. Let me see. Just move these figures around if I can. Hold on, something's not. I think I drew these in the same layer accidentally. Yeah, yeah. So let me go in and Control X. and then I'm gonna put these in the same layer. I'm gonna Control E, Control D, and then just move these around. So let's see. All right, so that's a little bit better. And I've got like two different ideas for Chopper. So one of them is like to put him in the middle, either eating something or like cowering behind 11, because he would be afraid of Wednesday. There's like no way. So let's just try him like cowering behind 11, right? And Chopper usually does this weird pose. He's kind of dumb. So he'll like peek out in the opposite direction. So instead of like peeking his head out, he'll just peek his body out, and then it's really goofy looking. I kind of like that though. I kind of like that, and then we're gonna just imply some reindeer kind of antlers in the hat, but give him his little pants or whatever. But this is kind of going to be the start of the drawing. I kind of like the things going on, the different poses. Um, Now, before I continue, let me do one other thing, right? Let me try to do that chopper one more. Matter of fact, no, I like how that chopper looks. I think that's fitting for him. I think that's fitting for him. So let's see. Let me, before I continue, since nobody's in right quick, let me make sure I made this a public stream, because if it is not public, I'm going to cry. Let's see. I got 2 views on it, so some people got to be in here. All right. Yeah, I'll keep going then. All right. So let's see how else I should do this. So let me Control T, and I'm gonna shrink all of this. I'm gonna expand it a bit because I want, even though they're the focal point, I want them to be like in the like smack in the middle of the piece. And I want there to be like I think they're called the volunteers in Squid Game, the people with the masks, basically. So I'm gonna put them right there, and then how do I want to do this? I might make them a little bit smaller, but I want there to be one volunteer to the left side where Wednesday is gonna be, and then I want him like, because basically what happened is she stole the gun. That's what's happening in my head. So he's gonna be down, just kind of begging for his life, like don't shoot me. And then I like how this looks already. All right, so I gotta match that on the opposite side. So 11's going to like pretty much be holding up another person, like another one of the Squid Game like volunteers. Yeah, and he's just kind of, he or she, they can be either or. They're just gonna be kind of just stunned and floating. So already I think this is looking pretty nice. And that's gonna be like the base starting point of this. So it kind of fills up the space pretty nicely. Let me let me shrink it a little bit more. I think the volunteer should be ever so slightly bigger, just because all three of these characters are pretty much kids. Like I think Wednesday is supposed to be 16, 11 is supposed to be like 15 or so by the end of season 4, and Chopper is like maybe a teenager. Um, so it would be a weird Squid Game for them to have these like kids in there, but they're the stars of the Netflix show, so they gotta be like the main spotlight. Technically, Luffy is actually the star. Well, no, not technically. He is the star of One Piece, but Chopper is like the highlight of this season 2 coming up. So let's see. Um, I'm just gonna not define, but just kind of go over the volunteers again right quick, just to like make them just a little bit bigger. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just like leave it how it is for right now. I'll leave it how it is for right now. I'll just, merge these two. I'll just delete this layer actually. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Okay, so now I'm just going to define the main three because I can always go back and shrink them. I think I want to start with since Chopper is in the middle, I think I'll go ahead and start with Chopper, right? So let's see. I'm already struggling with the layers. I'm gonna get this top layer and name it Chop for Chopper. And I'm gonna go ahead and make another file and just put that in there. Give me a sec. Yeah, my volume's up. Okay. Whoops. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna do another layer. I'm gonna lower the transparency of the other two, and I'm gonna just hone in on Chopper for a little bit. So the cool thing about doing this on live stream is that I could just kind of talk and explain some One Piece lore for those who either haven't watched One Piece, aren't familiar with One Piece, or have only gotten to like season one of the Netflix live action. Chopper is a reindeer. I know he kind of looks like a little bear creature, and I'm just pulling up some references, like reference images on my tablet right quick. But yeah, Chopper is a short little reindeer, and he takes inspiration from Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. So he's Chopper, the blue-nosed reindeer. He's a cute little creature. Pretty much the poster child for One Piece. So, but I'm drawing the Netflix rendition of him. So he's gonna slightly, he's gonna fare very slightly differently from like the manga slash anime version of Chopper. He's gonna look a bit more. I don't want to say animalistic because he still doesn't look that realistic. Chopper is not that realistic looking of a reindeer. It's one of those anime characters kind of deal where it's like, this could be a reindeer, but or like kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog, where it's a hedgehog, but is he really a hedgehog? Like he does not look like a hedgehog. Or Crash being a bandicoot. It's like one of those things. So he's kind of got like this kind of very round head. It's like it's kind of squared off a little bit around these corners, but let me see. And then he's kind of got like this round bear-like mouth. So I'm gonna like put the little nose right here and then bring this down. And then I want him to kind of be frowning a little bit. I might change it as I go along, but he's being scared. I want him to have because I want them to be in this that one Squid Game stage where they had like the kind of cookie things. So and then I'm gonna remind myself it's probably gonna be the umbrella one. So he's gonna have that because Chopper likes to eat, especially sweets. And then I'm gonna just put this line across so I know, you know, I probably should have did this at first actually, but just kind of to map out where I'm gonna put like the eyes and stuff. And then he's kind of got like these big, like round eyes. My Chopper might look horrible, but it'll look better as we go along. So just bear with me for a sec. But yeah, let's see. So he's kind of looking like a baby right now, but that's fine, and it's kind of fitting in all honesty. So and now he's kind of got a huge hat too. The hat is probably bigger than his actual head. So we're just gonna do like it's got like this bucket type of shape. All right. And for anybody new that's popping in, feel free to say what's up, hello, any opinions on, how it's looking so far, anything like that. But yeah, he's kind of got like this X cross shape on his hat, and then the antlers. So we're just kind of gonna come up and make. this kind of curved shape, and then it's kind of like tree branches. They're kind of gonna branch out across the antlers. I don't know exactly how many of these little branches he's got on these antlers, but and I don't even know how big to make them, honestly. I think they don't go past the hat, so I'll probably like keep it like this kind of distance. But yeah, this is like the defining feature of Chopper is like the big hat with the antlers and this kind of like teddy bear face. So you can already tell this is Chopper. Let's kind of, and again, this is like the preliminary stages. These are the early sketches, and we're just kind of going to put some big pupils right here, and then I'm gonna put like this little reflective thing on the eyes. I don't know how to explain, but and then he's kind of got like another kind of like round. I don't even know how to explain his body. His body is weird. I'm not trying to body shame Chopper, but he's a little weird. He's a weird little guy. But it kind of goes from like he's kind of got like this. I don't even know how to describe it. Like a skinny fat type of build. So he gets like rounder towards the bottom. It's it's somewhat like an hourglass. Now, before I continue, I do want because I'm actually not looking at his pose like when he's scared. Give me a sec. I'm trying to like really. I'm sorry. I'm looking up another image. So let's see. I feel like part of his face should be like cut off right here, but he kind of leans into it, so his back will be kind of rounded actually. All right, so and then we'll kind of round it off towards the middle, and we'll kind of curve it here. Just we're just defining the shape of the body, and then it's like round around the middle, and then he's got like these kind of tubes as the legs, or like as the little pant legs. So let's see, and then the arm will kind of be rounded off too, and then the other arm will just kind of go straight with it. So Chopper is like one of the scariest of the Straw Hat crew in terms of like he's afraid of not everything. He's pretty courageous when he needs to be, but if between him, Usopp, and Nami, if you got all three of them, there's no fighting going on. It's a straight stealth mission. They're not scrapping with anybody. So yeah, and then we got these little hooves right here. Let me see, and then we'll bring the this other leg down. He's kind of got like these rubber hose, kind of cartoony legs. So let's see, we're gonna go and bring that in. So we're starting to get a more, complex chopper design going. I'm gonna pull up the YouTube right because I want to like look at the trailer that he had when he came in, but I'll just have that on the side again. It's like a reference I won't be able to see, but yeah, we got like a decent looking chopper going on already, so I might go ahead. I'm gonna close this layer and name it chopper, and then we might, since 11's like right next to him, I think I'll go ahead and start with 11. Now this one's gonna be difficult because this is an actual person, and I need like an actual like pose for them. So just bear with me for a second. I'm just trying to pull up some references on my tablet. But oop, drop my pen. Um, One other thing about Chopper, because let me see, I like he this should be a little bit further out. He looks a little skinny, and I want this to be a little bit more exaggerated. I'm looking at like the trailer he had. for like the Netflix adaptation, and he's like really leaning into it. Like he's really scared. It's more like almost like a sprinter run type deal. But yeah, that's a little bit better. And then I'll probably bring his head down a little bit. So I'm just gonna select this whole folder really, and then just bring his head down a little bit. Yeah, he seems a little bit more innocent there, a little bit more, whoops, a little bit more frightened, like a child. So yeah, and I like looks like he's like really latching on to 11. So now we're going to actually draw 11. So let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna bring up some reference. I already have one reference pulled up on my tablet, and I'm just kind of trying to. How am I gonna do this? Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to be pretty stylistic on this one and just make this my own because it's gonna be hard for me to find an image. Well, maybe if she's like the one where she's fighting Vecna. I'm trying not to give any like spoilers, but let me see if I can pull up 11 versus Vecna on my tablet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so all right, give me one sec. Okay, so this is gonna be rough. I'm gonna because I have an image of like Vecna pulled up kind of doing it, but it's not quite the same as Eleven's pose. I feel like he's got a more dynamic kind of villain pose than 11 would. So just kind of bear with me. I know I'm like doing a lot and not a lot at the same time. But yeah, let's kind of just define the head. Maybe I should have like her arm around Chopper. Maybe I should bring her down. I don't know how big Chopper would be in comparison to 11 because I don't think 11 is necessarily short, but again, she is a kid. So let me see. Again, I every time I'm like stopping, my apologies, but I'm just kind of like looking up references. There's a lot going on in this piece, but her arm will kind of be raised up still. And I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for how this is going to go. All right. So, on my tablet, I'm just kind of pulling up a reference of 11 versus Vecna and just kind of trying to bring this leg down. Let me see. Okay, so I kind of have an image pulled up on my tablet. Sorry, y'all can't, see it or whatever. I'll probably have to figure that out for another live stream. But yeah, she and Vecna kind of have like a similar pose going where they're kind of like nonchalant with it. They have the other hand kind of at rest while the kind of dominant hand is holding whoever is their kind of victim or adversary. So yeah, now I'm just kind of trying to define this form. I like the kind of pose she has going on right here. And I kind of like how Chopper is leaning into to the character. So I think so far so good. I think I could like fix up some of these areas. It looks a little bit wonky, but for the early stages of this sketch, it looks pretty nice. It looks pretty nice. So let's see what else. Now in terms of the fit, I don't want her to have her Stranger Things fit. If I was going to do the Stranger Things fit, I'd probably have it like the little white suit she had at the end of season 4 because it's pretty iconic. It's a pretty iconic look she had going on. But I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be the same time period of 11 that I'm representing, but it's not gonna be in that exact same suit. I'm gonna give her one of the not Stranger Things, the Squid Game like fits. So let me go back to my tablet. I've got like Squid Game already pulled up, so this shouldn't take too long. But I just want to kind of see how the Squid Game jackets look, and I feel like 11 would probably have an open jacket because she's just kind of cool like that. Also, it's just kind of like almost like a cape type of thing. It makes it more heroic if I put like an open jacket. So she's gonna have an open jacket, and these are kind of like vest jacket type of things. They've kind of got a collar on them. I think this is cool. I think this is a cool fit. I wish like not 11, but I wish like Netflix would pay me for something like this. Like if I got commissioned to do this, it would be so awesome. But regardless, I think this is a cool piece, and I think it's gonna turn out really well. I'm having fun with it already, and it already looks pretty nice. So, yeah. So we got that kind of extended arm. I'm trying to see what the pants look like on these Squid Game fits. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm just pulling up some more references just to see how I want this piece to go. And for anybody that's just like popping in just now, so far we've gotten Chopper from, from One Piece, but the Netflix One Piece live action specifically. And we're working on 11 from Stranger Things with Squid Game kind of jacket. So, if anybody's popping it, let me see if anybody else has popped in so far, actually. But let's see. All right, so I got some of the Squid Game fits pulled up. So it'll pretty much be like a blank t-shirt for the undershirt, and it'll have the number. And we gotta, I didn't think about this, but I gotta have it so that we can see the number she has on the jacket. So let me kind of make uh we know what her number is gonna be. It's gonna be 11. It's gonna be 11. Like that, if I put any other number on her, it wouldn't look right. So, or it just wouldn't make any sense. And then they've kind of got like this end point where it kind of almost like a little cuff at the end. The jacket kind of goes into this like singular, I don't even know what to call that, but this little wrist part, like a collar on the sleeve. Let me shut up because I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm afraid to draw her face. I'm afraid to draw her face just because I feel like I'm gonna mess up. So, let's see. And I'm looking at Vecna's kind of pose that he has going, and it's more like a he's lifting you up thing, whereas Eleven's feels like she's more holding you in place. So I'm gonna keep that in mind when drawing. That hand seems a little big, but it'll do for right now. So I think this is taking shape. I think this is taking shape. Let me look at the Squid Game kind of fits again. And they have these kind of white Chuck Taylors, like just kind of basic sneakers going on. I'm gonna need to bring her up a bit because her feet, because if Chopper's right here, then the floor, her feet shouldn't be lower than where Chopper is. Well, I mean, he's kind of behind her, so I guess I can kind of get away with that, but I'd be like getting away with it rather than actually, vibing with it. But so far, I think this is a great pose. The pants kind of get baggy as they hit the bottom. I always got get nervous when these streams start, but I usually don't disappoint myself. Not to toot my own horn, which I also do in a lot of these streams, but yeah, and then even if you can't see the 11 on like the little tag on the right side, you can pretty much see it on the shirt. I forgot they have it on the shirts too. Pretty iconic fit. So even if and this one of the benefits of, you know, drawing it like this is that even if you weren't able to tell it's 11 based on the fit, or not the fit, but like the figure, like the face that I have not yet drawn, or like the powers, the jacket will give it away. The jacket will give it away, and that's something that you can't really do with a normal 11 drawing, just for the fact that she wouldn't wear something like that on a normal occasion. So, and I don't even think she necessarily needs a full face. She can just kind of be looking in that direction. I do want her to be kind of angry though, a little frowned up. I'm trying to see how, because I had like an image of 11 pulled up like yesterday. Like I practiced drawing her the other day in like preparation for this stream. You make the head a little bit bigger. But yeah, again, she's kind of got like the short hair. It kind of comes at like this kind of concave angle around like the forehead. It's starting to look like 11, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think I'll draw like a full set of eyes here, but it's starting to look like an 11 drawing. So far we have Chopper and 11. I think that hand is still a little bit too big, so let me kind of mitigate that if I use that word correctly. But I'm gonna erase like that little tip of the finger, and then the thumb is also big. That's probably the main part that's looking a little too big. So let me just kind of define that, erase that. Still looks a bit big. Let's bring it down just ever so slightly. Okay, I'm gonna Command D that, or Control D. I'm on Microsoft, but yeah, I think this is a cool pose right here, and I think it's cool how Chopper is like leaning on her. So I might go in. Let me go in right quick and define Chopper a little bit more. So I think, let me see. I'm gonna grab his little foot, his little hooves, bring them down just a bit. Control D, and then go to my sketching brush or whatever, and then he's just kind of gonna hold on to her like her pant leg, and then the other one's like gonna be behind the leg. And then yeah, it's rough looking, but I'll fix it up later. As long as we have the basic shapes here, that's really all that matters. So yeah, I think this is very fitting. Now we're going to start um Wednesday. So give me a sec. Let me put these into the same folder. All right, so there's 11, there's Chopper. Oh, wait. There's Chopper. And I'm gonna name this folder 11. And now we're going to start drawing Wednesday. So this is again not like the older kind of Adams Family movie Wednesday, or like the animated series version of Wednesday. This is the Netflix Jenna Ortega style. What was I saying? Jenna Ortega style Wednesday. So give me one sec. I thought I had a reference pulled up on my tablet already, but I don't. So I'm gonna just pull that up right quick. All right. So the thing about Wednesday is that she is very a, a very I'm trying to think. There's so many words that come to mind. But if you don't know Wednesday, if you haven't seen the series on Netflix, if you haven't, seen any Adams Family related things, Wednesday is kind of like this kind of goth girl, but it goes even further than that just because she's into like horror, torture, just creepy things. That's Wednesday, and just the Adams in general. They're a weird family. And this Netflix adaptation revolves around Wednesday, the daughter in the Adams family. So she she's kind of got like a almost this kind of long, not long face, but the head is a little bit long. It's not like a rounded face. It's kind of triangular towards the bottom. And she would almost certainly be frowned up. Like she would be excited the fact that she has a gun, but she usually doesn't show too much enthusiasm even when she's happy. So, and then I'm just trying to map out like the different parts of the face. And she has to look like she does not care. She has to look like almost like she just hates life. Even though she, like I said, having a gun, Wednesday having a gun, she would be having immense fun, like just shooting people in Squid Game. But again, she wouldn't kind of show that. She has to look like an assassin almost. All right, so and the weird thing about this is that Wednesday already in the show looked like a child, but I have to like probably make her a little bit more childlike than she actually is in the show just because she's supposed to be 16 in the show, but she's played by Jenna, who was like what 20 at the time of the show recording. So while she kind of fit the role, like she appeared like a kid, there's also just certain features that she had at the time that aren't childlike features. There's certain things that a 20-year-old just can't remove from their face, like having a more defined kind of face and just defined features. So I have to keep that in mind when I'm making her that even though she's like playing a child, it's still a grown woman playing a child at the time. So she looks like she doesn't really care. She looks like a cold-hearted killer, which I don't know if in the show she canonically killed someone, but she definitely alluded to her killing someone, if I'm not mistaken. Matter of fact, I think all of them kind of did, but they made a big deal about her father killing somebody when he didn't. Adam's family's weird. The show Wednesday was kind of weird too. I ain't gonna lie to you. I enjoyed it, but I'm not gonna lie like it wasn't a weird show. Now I was about to draw her normal outfit, but I have to keep in mind that this is Squid Game related, so I can't draw her normal fit. I feel like she would have, well, no, she'd have to have a Squid Game jacket, but mm, I feel like she would have more of a closed vest rather than 11. I feel like she's a bit more, I don't even know what the word for it is, but like kind of more put together than 11 would be. Kind of more has like a look that she'd want to go for that's more not necessarily professional. It's hard to put it in words, but I feel like she'd have a closed jacket. And now I gotta look up the jackets again. But yeah, they'd have the collar. I'm trying to like look up somebody that actually has a open collar in Squid Game. I might not need to though. I think this is kind of looking all right how I did it. So, all right. So then I'm like losing track of all my references, but she's got these pigtails. This is kind of looking more like an anime character than Wednesday, but I'm sure it'll look fine. Like the end result will be fine. So I'm just gonna map out these kind of pigtails she's got going. Let's see. And then I gotta look up somebody holding a gun. Or the actual matter of fact, because I have the name of the gun pulled up. I have like the actual gun reference pulled up. I can draw this on YouTube, right? I wanted to have her like aiming it. I don't know if I want to now because I feel like that'd cover up her face and make it harder to tell who she is. So I think I'll just have her like pointing it. Plus, if you're at point blank range, do you really need to aim the gun? So I guess I'll just. How do I want to do this? This is the hard part about drawing things from like imagination, just for the simple fact that you want it to be accurate. So, mm, let's see. Appreciate you, Kai. I just looked at the chat. It's been a minute, but yeah. So far, we got Chopper, we got 11, and we got Wednesday, and it's looking good so far. But not gonna lie, this is a rough drawing. I'm like borderline not prepared, but I'm just faking it till I make it. But thanks for tuning in. We always appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna since hers is kind of closed off, it's kind of gonna be more like a vest, an unopened vest. Let me see, and then we're gonna do the pants right here. And this is mostly from my imagination because I couldn't. It's hard for me to pull up a reference of somebody holding a gun on the fly, especially in this stance. But I feel like that's part of the appeal of some of this is that it is just mostly from my imagination. But I say that, and then, it might actually be garbage. So let me see. I'm trying to figure out where these legs should be. It's very rough. But I think it'd be something like she would have to overlap with Chopper's leg, but yet still be in front of. Ah, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be interesting. So let me actually. I'm gonna flip the image because I've got like the gun, like a sketch of the gun drawn on like in my sketchbook right here, but it's like drawn in the opposite direction. So just for my mental health, I'm gonna draw it. Oh yeah, this is gonna be sick. I'm gonna flip it and draw it in the same direction. So for anyone who's wondering, the guns or one of the main guns they use in Squid Game is a Heckler and Koch MP5. I had to look that up prior to the stream for anyone who's concerned. But yeah, I'm not the best with drawing guns. I'm not gonna lie to you. So this is gonna be an interesting one. Just because like I borderline have no idea what I'm doing. And then it's hard to find somebody actually holding the gun too. Especially holding it like this where they're not actually aiming. They're just kind of holding the gun. Let me see. So yeah, I think the easiest thing to do, let me rotate this so that I can get it at like a straight angle. And then I'm just gonna kind of draw out the gun here. I might need to do it in a separate layer actually, but let me see. So we got like the stick kind of portion of it. And then she'd have to hold it around where the handle is actually. And the handle would be up to maybe right about here. All right, so I'm gonna have to erase her hand and then bring the arm in a little bit. So I'm gonna hit P right here where the handle is to draw her arm again. And then she's kind of gonna, I'm gonna draw her finger right there. And it's kind of rough since this is all like a rough sketch, but just bear with me. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna bring in the arm a little bit, just kind of like that. And then just erase some of this excess. That's a little rough looking, but we can fix that as we go along. I just want the basic shape just to like map out where everything is. So yeah, there's gonna be the little I forgot what it's called, but let's see. I feel like I drew it up too high. Again, it's probably something that we can fix as we go along, but there's a lot of trial and error. So let me actually get this top portion, bring it up a little bit. Oh my gosh. Dang, do I have to get the whole drawing? No, that doesn't make sense. All right. Now in a sec, I'm gonna have to save this because I just remembered that I've got like the time lapse recording, and saving this with the time lapse might actually just crash the software. So matter of fact, let me go ahead and do that. I'm gonna I'm gonna save right quick. I'm gonna save this as TUDUM drawing. And for any digital artists or just people that make a lot of work on the computer, if you're typing, you want to save occasionally. If you do not save, Godspeed, Spider-Man. Godspeed. But yeah, let's see. So I got it saved, and then I brought the gun up a little bit because it was looking off. There's like this extra section right under it. Again, I'm not the best with drawing guns, so bear with me. There's this kind of other part right here that extrudes. I think I'll put that like just kind of going right into her shoulder. This will probably look really sick when I'm actually, got it down, but it is so ugly right now. All right, and then there's like this kind of banana clip right here. So let's see. That might be a little, yeah, that's definitely a little too far away. So let's bring that in a little bit and then curve it just so slightly. So Command T, and then I'm going to tilt it. And then her hand is going to be like right, just holding the gun. So we're just going to bring up a few fingers right here and then we'll fix them up in a little bit. I just need the basic shape of the gun and how she's going to be holding it. So some of this is like reference. I've like pulled up a guy actually holding a gun, but he's like pointing it and like aiming with his face, almost like a sniper style. So let's see. I'm going to put this right here. It kind of comes to like a point right here, like a kind of triangle shape. So we're going to do that. Have this right here and in this bit. I know that's like a rough explanation, but hey, it looks halfway decent. All right, so we've kind of got a basic Wednesday look right here. She'd also have to have the little low tops, I guess, the Chuck Taylors. They got like really basic white shoes in Squid Game, so and then we're just kind of gonna overlap that with Chopper, and then again they're kind of baggy on the ends, and that's the basic. I want to make her leg come in a little bit more. Just it doesn't look dynamic enough. And if you don't know what I mean by dynamic, it's like it doesn't look. It's really hard to define dynamic, but it it looks a little too static, too stiff, right? I want it to be like she's really leaning into this shot, even though she doesn't care. It's like she has no emotion in her face. But yeah, so this is the basic. Let me flip it back around. This is going to be the basic kind of outline to this drawing. I might make the figures a little bit bigger. I might shrink 11. 11 looks huge, and she's no older than Wednesday. She's actually younger than Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So let me Control T, shrink 11 a little bit. And I think that's better. I think that makes the piece a lot better actually. And since I've shrunken both of these characters or all three of these characters, I could probably just make them a little bit larger altogether. That might be a mistake, but I'll worry about it later. So, uh actually no, I don't like them that big. We'll fix that later if we need to. But these are our three heroes, our main characters, if you will. Now, the only thing I don't like about it is that Chopper is like in the front, but he also shouldn't be. Well, no, he could be in the front. He can be in the front. I think Chopper's fine. All right, so how am I going to proceed with this now? I'm going to move them over ever so slightly. So no, that's Chopper. Let me grab the folder, move them over because they're kind of going to end up overlapping with the other characters. Yeah, that was one reason I wanted. Thanks Ed for chiming in, but that's one reason I wanted to have like the short-haired 11 towards the end of Stranger Things because she's a lot closer in age to Wednesday. I don't know how old Chopper is. I think Chopper is a kid, right? I think he's like a teenager. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody could like express that in the chat, but I think all three of these are basically kids. I just don't remember how old Chopper is, but definitely Wednesday is like 16 and 11 is like 15. So now we're gonna like define the volunteers. I want to say they're called volunteers, but the little Squid Game characters with the black masks and the kind of reddish pink fits. So give me a sec. I'm just pulling up a reference on my tablet. I felt like I had enough references when I like started this off, and then I had to like look up more stuff. So just bear with me for a sec. All right, so let's see. We're gonna start with the head to this one. And these are wrong brush. These are gonna be a little bit easier to draw just because they don't have a face. I experimented with drawing them the other day, but now that's not gonna stop them from looking weird, but they should be a little easier to draw on paper. So I probably made the head too big right here, but let's see. I'm gonna shrink that down, Control T. And I kind of have to think about what shape I want to put these on. I think the triangle shape is for like what the main like lower grunts have. So I'll probably just put like triangles on these little characters. But I feel like I should have different shapes though. But yeah, and then they've kind of got like this hood on them. And you would think that I could draw that. But yeah. Yeah, let's see. Kind of this hoodie. And then it'll like the head will kind of stop right there. And I want the chest to kind of be like popping out a bit. They're kind of like just stunned. Like if you can remember Krillin getting blown up by like Frieza, I kind of want that kind of feel going on. Chopper 15 before time skip. All right, thanks. So they're all about the same age. Wednesday is pretty much the oldest, but Chopper and 11 are pretty much 15. So I think that's pretty cool on this piece. They're all unlikely friends. They're all around the same age. They'd probably somewhat. I feel like Wednesday wouldn't really get along with the other two, but I think 11 and Chopper it's very hard to not get along with Chopper. He's like a little teddy bear. Like, so yeah, they kind of have like these little, at least in the scene I'm looking at, they kind of have like these little holsters, I guess, like that they have their guns attached to. I think that makes it more interesting. So like it'll kind of like squeeze around the chest area along these little straps, and then it'll kind of protrude out once it gets to like that midsection. All right, so and then their suits are a bit more puffy. Like they're actually more like kind of bigger, loose jackets. So let's just get a general shape of that right quick. I want the arm going straight down like that. And then at the ends. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even think about the nosebleeds and stuff. Yeah, Chopper, I forgot to mention for anybody that hasn't like watched One Piece or anything, but Chopper is a doctor. So, when Eleven pops off on her powers and starts nose bleeding, Chopper could definitely like help her out with that. And also Squid Game is just very dangerous. Most likely people are gonna die, but assuming, because some scenes they have people and they like live through uh it before they're shot by the volunteers. Some of them actually live through being shot by something else in the game or something like a hazard in the game. So Chopper would theoretically be able to patch them up if he didn't get shot. But I feel like that would this would be like a good dynamic. This would be a very interesting team. And I feel like this would be make a nice little side special if they had like some like one of those Cartoon Network commercials where they like have all the characters just in the same verse for like 2 minutes. I think that would be really cool. But that's probably never gonna happen, so you got me. But yeah, the pants are kind of baggy too. I kind of like this little S shape that's going from like the torso to the legs, so I'm gonna keep that in. And that's kind of how legs work as well. They don't go like straight down. They kind of go downward in and then like they kind of come back out like an S shape. And that was one thing I didn't really learn because I didn't really take an anatomy class and there was only one figure drawing class I took. So legs are a weird shape if you don't like stylize them. But yeah, their pants are also kind of baggy, kind of Son Goku kind of pants. And then they kind of come to this little tube endpoint as well. And I like the style that I put on these volunteers. It's not one to one, but I feel like it fits my art style. So I'm gonna lean into that a bit. So yeah, just before I even finish that, just look at how she's like got this character stunned. I might tilt that head back a little bit on this character because they're a little stiff, but I think the stylization is really nice. I might have them like dropping well, it'd be weird if they dropped the gun. Well, no, they got robbed from their guns in the same scene. So, like, if you don't know the scene I'm referencing, it's the one where the cookies and the umbrellas and the shapes and stuff. If you know what I'm talking, I think it was like the second or third game where they're on like the playground. I'm probably not gonna define these hands too much for right now. And plus, they wear gloves too, right? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna leave that like that for right now, and then just kind of do the black shoes. Yeah, and then with now this is a very this is a tip for anybody that does like superhero comics or just like crazy drawings like this. But in a theoretical world where you are propelled upward or like levitating, suspended in air, that's what I should say. Your feet would kind of dangle. If you ever like picked up a kid, their feet are kind of dangling. So if you were theoretically, picked up by some psychic wielder, your feet would dangle a bit. And this character's kind of big, but I think that's fine because in actual Squid Game it'd be nothing but adults. So she would, or no, that's not entirely true. They're like young adults sometimes. I don't think they were like anyone of the age of like 16 or anything, but they might be like barely legal entering in like the volunteer kind of phase. So already this looks pretty nice in my opinion. I'm gonna draw the second volunteer. This one's gonna be a little rough just because I gotta draw somebody like begging for their life, and that's gonna be hard to just whip up off the top of my head. But I think I did a pretty good job with the other one so far, so I've got some confidence. And whenever you're doing something like this, you need confidence. But let me sip my coffee right quick. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I'm gonna go in on this second volunteer, and before I do that, actually, I'm gonna slightly change the placement of Wednesday's gun so that it's facing him a little bit more, and also that it's a bit more straight. You see how Eleven's arm is kind of straight right here? I want the gun to be doing a similar thing. It feels like it's not quite pointing at the character, so. And then I'm gonna move this little plus thing right here so that it tilts, yeah, right there. So now it's like she's aiming directly at his head. And I might change it as I go depending on where I make the head, but right about there should be fine. So this is how it looks now, and then this was the before. So I think that's a subtle improvement, and I think it made a big change. So I really like how Chopper is looking like afraid of Wednesday. I think that really helps. I feel like on the person floating, tilt his upper body back a little bit more. Let's try that right quick. Because I do feel like it is a little stiff. Whoops, hold on. All right, let's see. This is why you name layers. Because I'm like losing track of where things are. But I'm going to put these in a layer and I'm going to call this layer volunteer 1. So vol 1, let's go. All right, and then I'm going to move this person and just kind of I don't think I got everything. I'm gonna go around like the hands and just where that body meets the legs. I'm gonna control T and then tilt it back like I don't like that one. Let me start it around like the chest area actually because I do like the tilt back, but I think I went too low. Let's see. So like right about here. And then I'm gonna control T that and then bring that down a bit. I think I have to like lower. Yeah, I think that works if I lower the other arm. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna control D to deselect, grab the arm, and then I'm just gonna like lower the arm. I might delete the arm altogether because if it's like at that angle, it might you probably wouldn't see much of the arm. So like let's see how it looks without the arm. I'm trying to debate if I need this arm or not. If I do, I'll redraw it. So I'll just like delete it right quick. Well, that look. I think that looks better. I think that looks better actually. Chat, how we feeling about that? Let me see. And then I'm just kind of gonna draw over some of this right quick. Yeah, I'll give it one more. Yeah, I think that was a good suggestion. That's one thing I like about drawing on stream, just like the suggestions that I can make in real time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that works. I think that works. So amazing suggestion. Really appreciate that. Let's go to the other volunteer. We'll clean up this one when we come back to it, but let's see. Okay, so this one is gonna be kind of pleading for their life. So I'm gonna start a new layer and a new folder while I'm at it, and just name it Vol 2 for Volunteer 2. And again, tip for all the artists out there, please name your layers, because especially when you're doing such a comprehensive kind of thing where it's multiple characters, you're gonna need so many folders, so many layers. It'll add up after a while, and you're gonna like forget where everything is. But all right, so I want this one. We're just kind of gonna map out where the mask is a little bit. I don't like how I did that. Am I in the right layer? Please let me be in the right layer. But yeah. All right, so I feel like the mask might be a little too big on this one. But yeah, we're just kind of gonna start mapping that face out. And then this is gonna be difficult. Okay, so I'm gonna do a similar thing to what I did with the other one and just kind of have the hoodie right here, and then it's gonna stop right around the neck, kind of shoulder area. And then let me see. I'm gonna try to lean into how I made the sketch and not make it. I want to deviate from it as little as possible. So if it were like this right here, the chest would probably going downward. I'm gonna pretend I know a little bit of anatomy, but yeah, and then the shoulder would be right about here, kind of elevated since they're leaning on the shoulder. It's kind of pushing downward in this direction, so that would be raising the shoulder up. So let's go with that, and then I feel like this could be like a, that one like drawing of like Adam in the garden and he's like pointing for God. I feel like this could be like one of those situations. But let's see. So the forearm would kind of be like right about here. And again, this isn't like a reference I'm using. This is just off the top of my head with my mediocre anatomy experience. So I'm gonna have that hand kind of resting right here. And I think we're off to a good start with that. Now the only thing that's gonna make this inconvenient is that the like under sketch to this is in like the layer with the other characters, I think. Or wait, no, it's not. Where is this? This is why you name things. Okay. Okay, so it was in the layer with the other volunteers. So I'm gonna did not mean to do that. I'm gonna lasso tool this and just select this back layer and put it in the right folder. So that way I can move it around independently of the other volunteers. So yeah, let's get back to it. So I think I kind of messed up a little bit because now it's kind of like instead of him like leaning in this direction, it's more so like he's kind of laying backwards. But I think that's fine. So I'll just have to like draw it accordingly. So now the chest is gonna be kind of like right here, kind of upward. Um, yeah. I kind of like how this is going, and then we can have like the thigh right here. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I like that. So, and we'll probably have to like fix it up a bit, especially since it is mostly from imagination. It's not going to be anatomically accurate, but we want to get it to the best of our abilities. And I think this character is way too big in proportion to the other characters, so we're going to shrink him down a bit. And if they look a little bit smaller than the main characters, that's also fine because they are kind of background characters. I might need to shrink everyone just a little bit more, or I might need to actually extend the canvas out a little bit. That might be what I do. So we'll see though. We'll see. So I'm gonna move this character, Control T, over just a little bit more. And it's okay if he overlaps with Wednesday, that's fine. I just need it to not be too clumped together. I want him to be relatively close to Wednesday just for the fact that, Wednesday is kind of point blank aiming at the character. So let's see. Gonna have this arm up a little bit. I feel like I want the arm kind of extended, but I feel like if you were in this situation and you were that close, you wouldn't want to like touch on the gun. You'd kind of be hesitant to like have your hand out. So let me see. And we don't want like a perfect like hand drawing. We're just kind of trying to figure out the pose. I feel like I could bring the arm back a little bit. It feels like the bicep is a little long. So let's see. And then I think it's getting there. I think it's getting there. I do like the lean back kind of pose. Let me see. I'm trying to imagine if I were leaning back. I don't think this leg would be like completely downward. This would also be like up just a little bit. So let's see. We can draw like this is rough. This is actually rough. So I'm gonna draw like this, not thigh, but this like calf going downward. And then I'm gonna draw this other leg. It's weird because it's like behind the other leg. So it's like it's hard to figure out where I'm drawing it. Let's just draw it straight for right now and then just see where it takes us. So I feel like this character is still a little bit big. Or maybe he's just taking up too much space. I don't know. Something about this. Let's see. Help me out. How are we feeling about this volunteer so far? Let me see how the triangle would look. So we're getting somewhere with it. You said expand the canvas. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So all right. So I'm going to expand the canvas. The only issue I have with that is that I don't know what to expand it to. I guess I could just make it up on the fly. That's my drawing. Let's see. I'm gonna go to edit, change canvas size. And right now I have it by 1440 by 1080 because that's like an 18 by 24. So let's see what what let me try to think of what would be a good size to change this to. Let me think. Trying to think. What do you think would be a good like poster size that's not 18 by 24? I'm trying to think. Let's try let's just try let's try 1600 right now. Let's see how 1600 looks. I don't think that went. Let me see. Okay, let me try this one more time. I think I can afford to give them a little bit more space. Let me see, change canvas size, and I'm gonna go to like, you know what? Let's just do a full 1920. It's not really a poster size, but it'd be like HD. How are we feeling about 1920? I feel like that gives me a lot more space to work with. I think this is the move. I think this is the move. We'll just have an HD drawing. Okay, so I'll kind of give me a sec. I'm figuring things out. All right, so now that I have, let me see. Yeah, now that I have the 1920, yeah, I think spacing them out a bit more is definitely gonna help. Thank you again for the suggestion. So yeah, let's see. I could probably tilt this character again a little bit, but yeah, let me move the other volunteer. Matter of fact, I don't even think that one necessarily needed to be moved. Let me move this volunteer, and then I'll move the entire canvas to the right a bit. Yeah, yeah, I think that works a bit more actually. Yeah, and then now I can move the arm like this arm inward a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. So let me move the other volunteer a little bit because it is a little, they are a little close. Yeah, yeah. think that works a little bit better. And then I think I can move this volunteer ever so slightly. And I think that works because now they're further away from the main cast. And it has like this broken symmetry to where the main cast isn't in the middle anymore. And I might actually work towards that actually. That might actually let me try to control T them, increase the size a little bit. I think that might work. Anyway, it looks pretty cool for right now. So I don't want to get too crazy with it, but I think that definitely helped. That definitely helped. Appreciate it. All right, so I do like the horror like on this face. Like you can't even see the face, but you can kind of see the horror. I think the arm needs a little bit of work. So let's erase that for a little bit. And now I can actually, since I have more room to work with, we can actually just kind of move this arm out a bit more. And then we'll just kind of, let's see, we'll put that little collar part to the sleeve, I guess I'll call it, the little cuff part. And then I want like an open hand. I feel like an open hand will like really let you know, like, please don't shoot me. Like, let's see. I the hand is getting there. Let me try to move the thumb a little bit. Let's see if I had like okay, see now it's kind of cuffing inward. I kind of like that a little bit. Let's erase right quick. Let's see. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. It's something that I can like fix as I go along. I think that's a halfway decent start. It looks a little ugly, and that's gonna bother me. Matter of fact, let me just kind of. No, I don't think I need to like redraw it. I think I can like just touch it up ever so slightly right here, and then like merge the layers. And then after I do that, I think I'll go on to like the next step, whatever the next step may be. I have like a general game plan, but I'm just kind of like faking it till I make it at the same time. So let me fix up this hand. And I think that's a nice looking hand. I think it's like something about it I like and something about it I don't like. It might just be an ugly looking hand and I need to like fix it up. But I also think it might be extended just a little too far. So let's actually bring that in. I'm gonna select all these layers and I'm just gonna bring the hold on, I think that messed it up. I'm gonna bring in the forearm just a little bit. Why is it doing this to me? Okay, I know what happened. All right, yeah. I like that a little bit better. Matter of fact, I think I should tilt it a little bit. Yeah. Now it's like upward, and it's more like a pleading kind of. No, please don't shoot me. It's like a higher authority that you're reaching for, and it's like, please don't shoot me, don't shoot me. So I think the arm is still a little bit long, but I do like that upward angle a little bit more. I think the hand could still use a little bit of work, but now that it's up a little bit more, I think I can do something like a foreshortening on the thumb so that it's like, and then let me see if I'm like reaching up, I'm begging somebody not to shoot me. That it's not going to be like a in because you're not reaching for the gun. You're just kind of trying to shield yourself more than anything. That's the fun thing about this. You can kind of like as crazy as it might be, like just putting yourself into some of these scenarios. So yeah, you're kind of like trying to block your body more so than anything. Even though that's not gonna do anything, just that fight or flight is like please. Like, have you ever like played around like if y'all got like younger brothers or siblings or something like that, and you're like pretending to throw something at them, they're like just trying to block their face. They're like, no, don't hit me. But Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. I think that's a little bit better. Again, it still needs some work, but overall, I think we're getting somewhere. So I'm gonna define this volunteer just a little bit more, just so to like kind of match with everything else. I'm not even gonna like fully go over it. I'm just gonna like lock in the most important parts. Let's see. Yeah, it almost looks like this volunteer is like crawling away. I like that. I like that. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of define some of these parts. I'm probably not even just gonna like go over it completely. That'll probably just be a spaded hand right here. But yeah, yeah. And I think that's fine for the most part. Let me fix up this right here just a little bit. Make it a little bit baggier up top. All right. All right. So I think that's straight. I like how this hand is kind of like bigger right here, and then it kind of makes your eye follow to the gun, to Chopper, to 11's hand. I think it's nice. I think it's looking nice. So let's see. Now, now that I've done this, I'm trying to think if I should like start on the background or like hone in to. Nah, I'm gonna start the background. Just so I like work holistically and just like know where I'm going to next. I'm gonna control S to save because again, I'm working on a with the time lapse app active, and that can definitely make the software more susceptible to crashing. But yeah, I'm gonna change the color of my brush to like almost like a purplish color. And then we're gonna start on the background. So, and the reason I changed the brush to purple is just so I know where the background begins and where the actual foreground ends. So, I want this to be a Squid Game related background, right? So, this is gonna be rough. I think let's just kind of make some marks. Let's say the ground is like right here, right? And usually when you draw things like this, you don't want a flat ground. So I'm gonna round it out to where the three characters are, right? Like a little hill around the three characters. Okay. And I should probably actually lower Volunteer 2 a little bit if that's the case, or maybe tilt him ever so slightly. Let's try that right quick. Let's just tilt this character. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think that works because you also don't want it to be like a flat ground that makes it a little bit more boring. In fact, while I'm at it, let me go and like lower Chopper a little bit so it makes this ground a little less flat. Let me see. I mean, that kind of works. It makes them a little bit more dynamic because it's like here and then here. I like that. I like that. Let me before I do that actually, let me see. Yeah, I don't think he looked better higher either. So yeah, let me lower Chopper one more time. All right, all right. So now that he's a little bit lower, I think that works. Let's continue the background. So we kind and the background I'm basing this off of again is like the little playground scene from Squid Game because that's where that one dude got his gun robbed, and I really wanted to reference that scene. So what else do we have going on at this time? So where did I put? Okay, so let me kind of clean up this little hill area one more time, and then we'll fix it up as we go. But they have these doors, right? So they have the circle, the triangle, the star, and the umbrella. So we can probably. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay, okay. So let's. I'm just gonna go with it and just kind of just start a door right here. They're gonna look a little bit rough. The doors are about maybe. I think the characters are like 3/5 of the door's height. So let's kind of keep that in mind. All right, and I'm just gonna start it. We can always fix as we go. And I'm kind of liking how that's starting, but at the same time, I feel like there's more that we can do with this. I feel like I could get some like crazy perspective on this. So let me lower the opacity. And I feel like if I went, let's start from the doors. I'm gonna kind of rework this a bit. So these are kids. These are kids on this psychotic playgrounds with guns. So the playground should feel kind of big. So let's have these doors go at like a like where they get like larger as they get towards the kids, maybe. Kind of like a what's it called? A maybe a panoramic kind of view. We're always trying to think of ways to make the piece more interesting. So I think if it like curved in right here, we'll probably stick with three doors since there's like three parts of this piece. But yeah, if the door kind of like curved in like that, and then the other door did the same, and it doesn't have to be like super crazy, but I think that's starting to look a little bit more interesting. So let's lower the opacity again and just kind of repeat it. And I'm gonna put all these into like another folder. Like you see what I'm saying when the folders can get there could be a ton of folders, but I'm gonna say BG for background. All right, and now we're gonna do another layer. And I'm liking how the doors are coming out. And I kind of want this to be centered around Wednesday. Wednesday is basically going to be like the main character of this. She's like she would be the most equipped outside of 11 because she has superpowers, but like in terms of like mentally equipped to handle something wild like this. Because Wednesday can see somebody die. If 11 saw somebody die, which I want to say 11 has seen people die, but it'll like mess with her mentally, especially like close friends. 11 would be, I mean, Wednesday would be like, well, people die. So yeah. All right. So now we're gonna like make this a little bit more uniform on the door. And I think that's starting to work actually. And now it centers Wednesday a bit. And then we're gonna do the let me see. And I think it also works with like this hill portion, that the hill is kind of round. Yeah, if let me know how you feel about the perspective, but if there's anything that I should change or whatever. Also, to anybody that's like just now popping in, I don't know if we had any like new people in, but this is a Netflix TUDUM inspired drawing where I'm drawing Wednesday, Chopper, and 11 from their respective shows, Stranger Things, One Piece, and Wednesday, And I'm putting him into this one big Squid Game inspired piece. So I feel like this dynamic kind of let me see, this dynamic kind of view is kind of working. I got mixed feelings about it. Also, I think it might work for it to be distorted because if this is like a Squid Game slash Stranger Things inspired piece, then I could make it like the upside down, which will be a big pain to do later. But I could make it the upside down, and then that would make it more interesting that it's distorted. So let's see what else we got here. We got like these little fences. So I'm gonna start that in a new layer, and I'm gonna label it fences. I can't spell, but yeah, yeah, yeah. So we're gonna do that, and then the fences kind of start close to the doors, and then Yeah, they kind of fill in the space between the doors. So, oh, I like that. I like that. I really like that actually. And there's a few things I can kind of clean up about this. I feel like this door is a little bit lower. You know what I mean? I feel like it can kind of go from here to here. Yeah, I feel like that'll make it a little bit better. Like this kind of dome shape and this kind of fish lens eye view. Let's erase a little bit of this. It looks like one of those. If you've ever watched Don, they have like a lot of these fish eye view moments. I feel like that definitely helps the composition though. It makes it a lot more interesting, at least in my opinion. Yeah, I like that fish eye view. So we're gonna keep going with that. I always amaze myself when I do stuff like this because I have such a simple idea in mind, and then as I go, it's just like, oh, this will be cool. Also, you guys just chiming in is just really helps it out because some of this stuff I would not have come up with on my own. So thanks for y'all that are tuning in. But yeah, and so now we've got the start to a background and this kind of wonky fish eye lens. So let's lower the opacity. I think that's pretty sick. I think that's pretty sick. Let's see. Oh, I didn't draw like the shapes and stuff. So let me draw the shapes. And then after I do the shapes, I'll probably actually do the characters a little bit more. So I know that's like the most important part. So let's see. If I'm gonna make the mm, I'm gonna make the triangle around Wednesday. I feel like a triangle is a good shape too. It's like the middle of the week, and then it's like it kind of points towards the middle. It has like three different middles to it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a weird artist, but I don't know. I feel like this fits. All right. So yeah, we got that triangle there. And then this would be a good way to actually incorporate the shapes. Let me see. Because I can't put like all the shapes on like these two volunteers. I think I might put a square on one of the other volunteers because I feel like the square, or better yet, I could use this as an opportunity to put the shapes that aren't represented. So instead of like putting the umbrella, I could put like I mean, it's not an X, it's more like a cross, but like Chopper has an X on his hat. So let me actually, I'll just do the rectangle over here because I feel like the umbrella would also throw off the composition because it's such a weird shape. Like it'd be a good reference for the area, but I feel like it wouldn't be better for the piece. So I'll put a square on this one. And then I think I'll put the umbrella because I kind of made like a little cookie in Chopper's mouth. I'll probably put the umbrella on that, and that'll be the reference. So it's looking great so far, I feel like. So now we have these kind of dynamic shapes for the doors, and we're getting there with the characters. I think the characters can stand to be a little bit bigger though. Now that I've kind of gotten where the background's gonna be, I think we can I think we can get into the shapes a bit, or like make the characters a little bit bigger. So let's see. Let me actually name the folder because I didn't name the folder with the characters in it all. Okay. All right. So before I proceed, let me check on the stream and everything just to see how we're looking. So let's see. Uh, the stream has been going on for almost 2 hours. Sick, sick, sick. All right. So we're going to continue on, and I think I'm gonna make. I think I want to clean up the characters a bit. I'm trying to think of how I should handle this. So let me put a new folder for Wednesday because I didn't put her stuff into a folder. Let me see. All right. So Wednesday is going to be the main character of this piece. She's kind of centered around it. Matter of fact, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I had my rulers turned off. So let me see where the actual center of this piece is. It's 1920 by 1080. Whoops. Bear with me for a sec. This is going to be the middle of the piece. So she's off center ever so slightly. And so is the background for that matter. So let's try to move the background over so that the piece is centered. All right, so let me move Wednesday too. Or at least the characters. I'm trying to see how everything looks if I like center it. So now Wednesday is around the center. I can bring in this volunteer too. Maybe like lower the volunteer a little bit more. I like that. The only thing I don't like about it is that now 11 is a little bit closer to volunteer 1. So let's see. Or better yet. Let me see. I might be able to if I put I don't like that. I like how it was before. Yeah, I think the background being centered works. I don't think that Wednesday being centered works as well. So I think this works. I think this how they are right now works though. All right, so let's clean up the actual characters right quick. So let me go back to Wednesday and trying to think if I want to do this all in the same layer, if I want to start a new layer. I think it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna lower the opacity on everything else. Oh, wait a minute. What did I just okay. Hold up. Okay. I'm gonna lower the opacity on the other two characters as well as the background. And before I continue that, actually, like I said, I can make everything a little bit bigger. So let me select everything except maybe the background. I might leave the background how it is. And let me just Control T. No. Oh my gosh. Control T. And then I'm gonna just increase the size of all this by like maybe 5 or 6. I think 6 is working, but I feel like it's kind of close. I think the bigger the better though. I could probably go even further than that. I don't want them to completely touch the edges of the pages. 8 might be straight. 8 might be straight. We'll do 7 for right now, and then if I need to go bigger, I'll go bigger. But let's see. So that's how it was before. I kind of like when they were smaller. I'll just leave them small for right now, and then I'll just fix up, Wednesday and all that. But all right, so now I'm going to go in this Wednesday layer and just kind of clean up the outline just one more time before I do the full outline in black. So let's see. I want this to look like Wednesday. So I'm going to keep the kind of notes that I had as I was making the sketch. I'm going to go back to like my blue color. It's going to be slightly different because I don't remember what the actual color was, and I'm going to outline the parts I'm most confident in. So say like I feel like the nose looks pretty straight right now. So I'm going to put the rest of the face around the nose. Let me see. I kind of like how I feel like the eyes could be a little bit higher. And then just like Sorry, I'm kind of locking in right now. I'm just trying to figure out how I want this. And then I can probably like put like a no, I don't think she needs like bags as like a teenager, but I want to say maybe like some dark elements under the eyes might work. I think this other eye could be raised a little bit. And now I'm like getting into, the fine details and so I think that works. Control D. And I'm just kind of building around where I think the face looks good. So I like how this comes out, and then I'm gonna bring it in. Like I said, it's kind of like she kind of has like this triangular shape to like the bottom of the face, and then it's kind of like squared off around here. So I want to keep that up. Let's see. And then the eyebrows kind of want to be low too. Not like she's mean mugging or anything, but just like an I don't care expression. No malice, no malicious intent, no joy, just kind of I want to get the feeling that she just does not care. And I feel like that'll really capture the essence of Wednesday. And then she's kind of I want her to be like looking down on the volunteer. So let's see. I like the way the mouth is. It's like a very neutral face. I feel like I got the neutrality down pretty well. Let me see. I'm trying to look up like my reference image of Wednesday right quick. All right, so if we go to like the middle of the face, all right, like kind of where that nose is up to like the forehead and just kind of make like this curve shape, that's going to be like where the hair is centered. And so it kind of comes out at like this curve along the forehead. Let's see. And then she's got like these little bang, like this. I'm trying to see how I'm explain it, but there's this one curve that goes up here and then a bang here. And I think that's how we'll do that for the other side. Yeah, I think it's starting to look like Wednesday. I think it's starting to look like Wednesday. Let's see. I feel like I might have done this bang slightly wrong. Like I think it maybe come out. I don't know. I kind of like how I did it though. Yeah, we'll kind of rock with it. So yeah, and then it's kind of like rounded off at the top. Yeah, now we're starting to see a more Wednesday phase. It's starting to look like the character. Let's see. So the ears are kind of covered by the hair. The way I do my art style though, I like the ears to show a little bit. So we're gonna have the ears show just a little bit. We're gonna draw the neck. And then these pigtails. I'm not the best with drawing braids. So I'm gonna I'm gonna try my best. But I guess I'll get the basic shape. Let me see. And her pigtails kind of come down to her chest. So we'll just kind of have it go down like that. And we're just trying to get the defining parts of the character. Like you can draw, the pigtails and everything, but if I feel like if you don't get like the expression right, it's hard for you to see Wednesday. It's more like a character you made that's cosplaying as Wednesday, which to an extent that's kind of what it is, but you know, let me see. All right, so again, she's in like the Squid Game jacket, so we'll kind of put a collar right here under the neck. And so now we got like a decent shape for like the head. I feel like I could clean up these braids a little bit. So let's see. We'll kind of have them come down at the ends and I'm gonna try to sketch out like if I feel like I should learn how to do braids because there's been a bunch of times where I've had to draw characters with braids, and I'm just like, if I knew how these worked, I'd be able to draw them pretty well. But I hardly know how they work, so I'm just gonna kind of fake it till I make it. All right, and I feel like the braids are a little bit. Well, no, they look halfway decent. They look halfway decent. I was gonna say they look a little big, but I think they work. So yeah, they kind of have like this like leafy kind of shape to them, at least how I'm drawing them. And then they kind of get smaller as they go down. So I think those are halfway decent braids. I think those are halfway decent braids. Now, let's see. We want to get a little bit more detail on the gun and the hands. So let's lock into that right quick. Let me see if I still have my my gunman. I'm gonna flip the image so it matches how I have like the gunman in my reference picture because he's facing to the right. And I'm just kind of gonna, get her hand and just kind of map that out. And that finger's on the trigger. Let me see. Probably make this just a little bit bigger since, she's a kid. Um, her, because like when I'm looking at a gunman, his like whole finger is fitting in there. But hers, she'd have like smaller hands, so there'd probably be a little bit more room. Either way, it doesn't matter, I guess. It's like that's such a small detail, but the small details do matter. Anyway, and then we'll kind of have her knuckles down here. We won't define them too well because they're a very small part of the piece. I feel like I might have drawn her hand a little bit too big. No, that works. That works. That works. And then we kind of got like this little collared part of the jacket. And let me see. I'm trying to see how. Okay. One tip when you have rulers, make sure you don't lock the rulers because otherwise I don't know if y'all saw, but I like drew all on that ruler and it made it like a vertical line. It can mess up your piece. So keep that in mind. But let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I kind of like how the arm is going. I think it needs to like cut off right here. So I'm gonna make this little curve and just define where the arm is going. It needs to get a little puffy right there where that end meets. And then we're just gonna do some shoulders. I don't think I'll like round her shoulders too much because she'd be really relaxed because she'd probably pull out some more like this is like my 18th time pulling out the freaking Heckler and Koch MP5 or whatever gun this is like, and I think it's starting to take shape. Let me see. I'm gonna draw like a little midline right here just so I can have some consistency with like the shape of the body. And then I'm gonna draw this like collar going down. What number should Wednesday have on her vest? Chat, if anybody's like paying attention, give me a number for Wednesday's jacket. What number would she have in Squid Game? Because like I kind of have an idea for Chopper, and obviously we know what 11's number is gonna be, but I didn't really think of what I don't think I thought of what Wednesday would be. I think like 4, because ain't that like the fourth day out of the week? Yeah, but I feel like that would be a little. I feel like that'd be like a little too on the nose. But yeah, just let me know. All right, so we're gonna have like the hand kind of come right here, and then we're gonna start the fingers, and the fingers will kind of make like this kind of curved kind of shape. They'll be going like inward. Control. Did I mess something up? Okay, no, no, maybe. But yeah, you kind of have to have her holding that lower portion of the gun. But let's see. Gonna draw like this little clip right here. I might have drawn the gun a little small, but I don't think anybody will really know. Plus, I don't think it matters too much. This is a very stylistic piece, so it might actually fit better that the gun is a bit smaller. All right, and then I'm just kind of trying to define the gun a bit. I hope I can say stuff like that on YouTube. If not, I'll be like in GTA. I gotta define the gun in GTA. Because I mean, actually, no, this is a fictional piece, so I really don't even have to do that. That would be dumb. But let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna draw like this portion right here. I'm gonna just pretend I know the anatomy of a gun, especially this particular gun. This is one reason I don't like drawing like robots and mechs and stuff because all these like fine details, and that's also why I'm not the best with nature. Fine details kill me because I like working at like a macro type level. I like the overall kind of form of like people and things like that. And weapons have so many fine parts. Like I can get the overall image, and I think that might be the game plan for this right here, but it makes me feel like less of an artist or something. You know what I mean? So yeah, now that's just gonna kind of be resting on her shoulder, or not her shoulder, but her arm, her uh, whatever that in between point of I can't think of your arm and your bicep, your forearm and your bicep. I know this stream's been going on a while. All right, so yeah, now we're gonna get that part, this little triangular part right here, and connect them. We're gonna get this little loop tip aimer piece thingy. As you can tell, I'm not the best with guns, but I thought it'd be so cool for it to be in this piece, and I feel like that's one of the best parts. Like Wednesday with a gun in Squid Game, like you can't tell me that don't go hard. You can't tell me that don't go hard. But yeah, just kind of define the chest, and then kind of wrap this arm around. So I'd say I kind of like where it's going right here. Bring this downward a bit, and yeah, she looks like she's ready to kill. She really does in Squid Game. I'm not gonna say in GTA. I want to say in Squid Game. Now that I have it flipped, however, this leg does look a little bit thin. So let's kind of try to make it just ever, especially since she's got like these baggy pants on. Yeah, all right. So we got that. And then let's do a similar. I feel like this leg is just kind of wonky, but I feel like it's nothing that can't be fixed up. Okay, so let's map this out a little bit. So if the thigh is coming in here, I feel like the ankle would be like right there. So the foot would kind of come to like right here. Derek math. All right. So yeah, and then have the pants a little bit baggy on the end, and then we'll put like a knee right here, and the shoe right there. And I feel like I might have made the shoes a little bit big on this side, because like for like a teenage girl, I feel like her shoes would be a little bit smaller unless she just so happened to have like bigger feet. But I I don't get that vibe. She just seemed like a regular girl, just kind of sadistic. But Otherwise, just comes off as like a normal teenager. So I'll just give her normal teenage attributes. All right, now that I'm flipped that, I feel like this foot is coming out a little bit too far. So I'm gonna control T, bring that around. I might have to shrink that shoe as well, but I think she's looking good. Let me just fix up a little bit. And then the next time I draw her, I'll actually do like the full black outline. But yeah, I just had to kind of that hand is looking pretty big though. Let me shrink the hand a little bit. So I'm gonna control T that. I think that works. Yeah, I think that's better. All right, so Wednesday is looking, she's looking great. Now, let's see, do I want to do chopper or do I want to draw 11? Freak. Okay, let me actually do 11 and then I'll do chopper. Trying to think. Let's see, they're all in the same layer. Okay, so I'm gonna start a new layer and lower the opacity for like the other layers for 11. And then I'm just gonna, get the defining features of the character. Her head's kind of tilted, and it'll be a little bit easier to tell that she's her just because of her powers and stuff. So let's see. All right, so I like the way she's facing. I feel like this is a pretty good drawing so far. Let me see. Oh, I didn't raise the opacity of this layer. Okay, okay. But yeah, I'm doing the ears, and 11's actual ears kind of protrude outward a little bit. Millie Bobby's Brown's kind of got like these kind of big ears. Like you can kind of see them like protrude from her face. So, and then we're giving her like this low kind of cut, which kind of comes in a little bit towards the forehead. All right. And then we're gonna define the forehead a little bit. Let me see. I haven't done a nose. Let me kind of get the nose. I don't like that nose. I'll fix up the nose as I go. But I feel like the nose is a bit small, but like I said, we can fix as we go along. I feel like, let me see. So I'm kind of bringing that down. Let me erase some of this. I don't know. This is one of those times where I feel like the sketch is better than these later stages. I don't know. I feel like the sketch looked a little bit better, but we'll just trust the process and see where it goes. So yeah, I don't want her to look too aggressive. Just kind of like a stern kind of face. Let me see. Her neck is kind of tilted. So we'll kind of have like this kind of, it's not a vein, but like that kind of I don't know what it's called, but just so you can see like her neck is tilted, we'll put that there. And then we'll kind of bring out the back of the head. And it's starting to look a little bit like 11. All right, so let's see. We got these collared parts of the vest. Kind of gonna go up right here, come down right here. And like I said, is the open vest is kind of gonna give her like a superhero feel. And it'll be a good juxtaposition to like this evil kind of look that like Wednesday's got on her. So let's see. Yeah, and then we're just gonna have the arm kind of go just straight down. That's usually how they pose in Stranger Things when they use their powers. It's just kind of like a one arm is relaxed and the other one is like doing all the work. It's just like now sometimes she'll use like both arms to like lift something or push something if she has to like expend that amount of effort. Usually she doesn't though. It's usually the one arm. So yeah, I kind of like how that's coming out right there. I'll put a little bit of shading right here, or I gotta go back over it. But how do the ones look in Squid Game? I guess it doesn't matter. I can make it up on my own, but I want to be a little bit accurate. Let's see. I want to see how number ones look. Okay, so I got it. I got it. So the ones will kind of be like just straight, and then they'll have like this little loop on it. And I know that's very minor of a detail, but if you're referencing something, I feel like it's good to, do the reference correctly. Speaking of which, I don't know how long these ones are supposed to be, but as long as you could tell this is 11, I think that's all that really matters. So let me see. And then there's like this, like I said, I'm just trying to like get a feel for how the actual outfit is. And then this will also say 11 on it, but I'll get to that later. All right. So let's see. And then she's gonna have like the t-shirt, the collar right here. I think she's starting to look pretty cool. So I think this leg needs to start at right about here. Let me see. I'll bring this. Let me see. I'm trying to see where these legs should start and end. Let's see this one right here. And I want this to be kind of like straight. This is kind of weird. And it's hard to explain too. I think I didn't bring that thigh down low enough because like I want to say the thigh would be longer than the ankle, right? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Again, I ain't the best with anatomy, surprisingly, but I think that looks straight so far. I feel like this could come outward a little bit more. So I'm gonna lasso tool, control T. I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's a lot better actually. And now I want to do a similar thing with the other leg and just kind of map the direction I want it to go in. So I think this thigh right here is good that it's going downward like that. And then I kind of want the leg to come inward just a little bit. This thigh to come back down. And then if it's like this, I think this thigh is coming like right about here. And so the foot will come like right about there. So it'll point like inward like that, if that makes any sense. But yeah, and then I think this one kind of being like a front facing. I'm gonna just pretend that I'm making sense right now. But yeah, and then I'm gonna make like these pants baggy, right? And now we've got like a rough kind of general idea of how the outfit's gonna be and the stance, the pose, everything like that. I don't think I'm gonna get too detailed with the shoes. I might just leave them as white shoes. If I feel like going the extra mile, I might, but we're just trying to just figure some things out right now. And again, Chopper is gonna be at like the front. So I don't have to completely draw 11's hand. I'll probably just draw it right here so I know to close it up behind Chopper so I can fill it in later. But yeah, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So let me see. I think the forearm would end like right about here-ish. And then I think the jacket would hang just a little bit. I might mess up my drawing though. It's hard to envision that. Did I draw the See, I was complaining earlier about the hand being too big. Now I feel like it's a little too small, actually. I don't like how that finger's coming out right there. I think that's a little bit better. All right, so we're getting somewhere. I think 11 looks decent enough to be like actually drawn. I think Wednesday looks dope. Only thing is, I feel like I made Wednesday's pants a bit more baggy than 11's. Let's see. Let's bring it up a little bit, and then let's bring. I'll just remember to make hers baggy later. But okay, so now we have to do Chopper. All right, so let me control S to make sure and just save before anything goes awry. But and let me see. Let me check the stream, the chat, and everything right quick. Whoops. But yeah, for anybody just popping in, we're doing a Stranger Things live stream. Not Stranger Things, but we're doing a Netflix inspired live, and we're drawing 11 Wednesday and Chopper in like a Squid Game background. So let's see. What else should we do? Yeah, Chopper, 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 Chopper. My bad. Let me sip a little bit of my coffee right quick and then we'll continue. I'm gonna enlarge it just so like anybody that might pop in can kind of see the overall drawing. But yeah, I think I'm cooking something. All right, let's get ready to proceed. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Okay, Chopper, Chopper, Chopper. So I'm gonna go to where's Chopper's layer? I'm gonna go to Chopper's layer. I'm gonna lower the transparency on him, and then I'm gonna start a new layer, and I'm just gonna finish off, his rough kind of outline. And I think I forgot to draw his ears, which doesn't matter too much, but that's kind of part of his design. Now the thing is, he's kind of looking upwards, so I might be able to get away with not having his ears. Give me a sec. Okay, okay. So I think I should at least have like a little point right here for his ears. I did not. Okay, let's see. Yeah, yeah. So I think I should have like a little point right here just to represent his ear. Let me see. I could probably make. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. I could probably make his hat a little bit more consistent in terms of shape. It's kind of like I don't know, something about it just seems a little bit off. And then I have to keep in mind that he's going to be in front of 11. All right, so let's see. His face kind of comes in and gets like a little bit sharper towards the end. Like it's not like his face isn't sharp by any means, but there's these little points where they kind of get a little bit sharper. Okay, now I think I drew his mouth a little too low. So we'll fix that up right quick and bring it up ever so slightly. Might be a little small too. And we'll let it rock. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna hit P and go to my brush, and then he doesn't have like eyebrows per se, but he's got like this brow that you ever seen a character that doesn't have like eyebrows, maybe like Guile from Street Fighter, and they or like Super Saiyan 3 Goku and it's just like part of their skin. That's kind of how this works. It's all a part of his fur. So let's see. Trying to define these eyes a little bit. And again, this is going to look a little bit less like cartoony than, Chopper in the anime or the manga, just because this is a Netflix like live action. And so he's supposed to be this realistic, like more realistic reindeer creature while still looking like this fictional reindeer from the anime. So these are things I have to keep in mind when making this drawing. There we go. And now I'm gonna make his nose just a little bit bigger. And his nose is kind of triangular, kind of reindeer nose. And I feel like I should make it bigger just for the sense that it's a pretty important part of his character is his blue nose. It's not as talked about in the anime after he like, joins the crew and everything, but let's see. Yes, sir. And now I'm gonna actually put that little cookie biscuit wafer thing in his mouth with like the umbrella type shape, the one from Squid Game. That's what I'm gonna do here, and I'm gonna hope that the reference translates. No, I think that'll be sick. I think that'll be sick. I think it'll all work out. So yeah, we're getting Chopper looks like Chopper. Also forgot this little patch of fur that he'll like have, kind of like one of those Sonic characters, like Silver. They'll kind of have like a little patch of chest hair, something like that. All right, so let's do his antlers. I think I can make his antlers come out just a little bit more. Yo, you gotta love Chopper. Like, and you gotta love like the One Piece like live action. One Piece is already great, but like live action One Piece was one of the few good live adaptations for like a show that I've seen. I watched some of the Yu Yu Hakusho one. It wasn't bad. I just never went and got around to finishing it, which it wasn't like the best thing ever, but it I like the direction they were taking it in. It just wasn't like mind blowing enough for me to like stick around and watch it. I do plan to finish that one though. But One Piece live action, phenomenal, phenomenal. Especially how they did Arlong Park. It was so dope. Like they did that part justice. They did the whole series justice, like that whole East Blue. But I think Arlong Park, especially, they were like saving all the budget and resources to really do Arlong Park, and you could tell. All right, so I'm gonna have it a little less like a bucket going inward like that. But while I'm doing this, to make it easier on me, let me lower the transparency of 11's layer. All right, so now we've got like this kind of bucket portion of the hat. Can bring out the hat a little bit more. I love Chopper's face. I really love how I did his face. Also, there's a another Chopper character from Star Wars that I like. Is one of the droids, but he's no Tony Chopper. Also, a lot of people just don't like Rebels, so they wouldn't care for him anyway. Let's see. I feel like his antlers should kind of curve in a little bit. So Let me tilt it. I feel like one set of antlers is like bigger than the other one. These are the important things to think of, people. Sort of, not really. But yeah, if you don't know the lore behind Chopper, like I said, he's pretty much a blue-nosed reindeer that it's, if you watch One Piece and know how their powers work, people get different powers. And some people, humans, they can eat devil fruits and get the powers of certain animals. Now, certain animals can eat a fruit and get the quote unquote powers of a human. And Chopper is one of those animals. He is a humanoid reindeer creature that also happens to be a doctor. But I can't wait to see how they like execute all of that in the live action because he's a really interesting character. He's one of the more interesting of the Straw Hat crew, and they're all interesting. Don't get me wrong, but just Chopper, how his powers work, the fact like his backstory, very tragic backstory. I if you haven't like seen One Piece, read One Piece, the live action would be a good place to like start. It's not like a comprehensive or just overall cohesive way to get all the ins and outs of One Piece, but in terms of like you just want to get the basic kind of story gist of One Piece, the live action is pretty straight. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've caught up on One Piece. I've read all the manga so far. I've watched most of the anime. I want to say I've watched all of the anime until they get to like the New World, but in terms of manga, I've read all the manga. Really love One Piece. So that's another reason I was just excited to make this. But outside of One Piece, I've seen all of Wednesday and Stranger Things, and the fact that they had all of them in that event, I was like, I gotta draw this. Now that I'm doing like the live streams and stuff, gotta draw it. I most certainly have to draw it. But and again, Chopper is a little dumb. He's a little on the slow side sometimes. So is most of the Straw Hat crew, but he doesn't quite know how to hide in a sense. Like, when a kid's shy or something like that, they might, peek their eye out around, somebody's leg or something like that. He'll peek his entire body. So, and another thing that I wanted to highlight was that he likes to snack. So him having the little cookie in his mouth, I feel like is a good reference to Squid Game, but also just a good it shows off some of Chopper's quirks and personality traits. So, and a lot of this I had kind of planned before the stream started, to draw, and some of it I just kind of did on the fly. But that was something that was pretty much planned. So now I think we've got a more like a stronger outline for Chopper. Let's see. Let me increase the opacity of 11 again. Yeah, I think that's nice. I think that's really nice actually. Yeah. And I already did the Wednesday one, so I don't think I have to go back and do Wednesday anymore. So right now we have the main three characters. We have Wednesday, 11, and Chopper, and then we have the two volunteers. So it's off to a nice start. It's off to a nice start. I really like how the background is coming out. I like how all the characters look. And so now I have to like do the actual outlines for it. Let me see how long the stream has been going so far. So we're 2 hours, 25 minutes into the stream, so almost 2.5 hours. I think I'll do the outlines for the main characters, and then I think I'll probably take a lunch break in the middle of the stream, just for like maybe 15, 20 minutes. Let me see if anybody news popped up right quick. Let's see. We're kind of fluctuating between views. Some people coming in, some people coming out. But let's see. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Let's continue a little bit. Ugh. All right. So, all right. We'll start since she's essentially made her the main character. We'll start with Wednesday. Okay. We're gonna, and this is like one of my favorite parts because it's really just you tracing your own artwork. But I'm gonna do like the dark outline. And I might change the color because I hate doing like a just straight black outline, but it's hard for me to come up with other colors to do, especially since Wednesday is like a darker, like not darker skin, but just darker character overall. She's got like dark hair, she wears darker clothes. Also, I'm probably gonna give her like a dark Squid Game fit. Also, if anybody's got like a number to put on Wednesday's jacket, because she's like numberless right now. I might make her number one actually. I might make her number one. I feel like that'd be fitting since she's like the main character right now. No, no, she could be 456. She could be 456. Yeah, I think I'll give her 456. Let's see. So, okay. So I'm gonna start with a size 15 brush and just get the kind of like thicker outline areas. So where like her thighs are, I'll do like the thicker brush. Something is not right here. Did I draw in the wrong layer? Yo. Okay, this ain't a big setback. It's just a little oversight, but part of the outline, part of the sketch layer for Wednesday, I did in 11's folder. So I'm gonna get that and then just put it back where it needs to be. All right, now we can continue. But let's see. All right, so we're just kind of doing the legs for right now and just like the bigger overall areas. And when you're doing like line work and stuff like that, there's not like a science or anything to it. It's just kind of personally how you want to outline your characters. But I like for like the bigger parts, like the thighs, the arms, the forearms, for them to have thicker outlines or something that's like coming into frame and like the perspective. I want those to have bigger outlines, and then like obviously for finer details and stuff or things that are within the outline, those things I like to have smaller outlines. So like I said, finer details, and then these like inside parts of the character I'll probably do for like a smaller brush. And that's how I like to outline my characters, and I feel like it gives them, this kind of comic book-esque aesthetic. But yeah, this is one of my favorite parts. Just it's kind of relaxing to just go over it and just put the outlines and stuff. I try to do like a size 15, maybe even 20 brush for like the outer portions. Depending on what I'm drawing, it might even be bigger than that. Like I know when I was doing like my comics and stuff like that, if there was something coming in the frame, it might be like a size 25 to maybe 40 on the brush. It makes it really dynamic. So it really depends on who you are, what you're drawing. And the thing about drawing in a vector software is that you can always, just put down the line and then, change the brush size later. So that's another benefit of digital drawing. Kind of like painting in a sense that you don't have to worry about what you're drawing immediately because you can kind of always go back and fix it. So, but yeah, I got most of the major outline down. Make this a little bit, I'm gonna round this out a little bit and make it overlap with the gun, just because I'm gonna have to draw the gun later, and then it'll make it easier later on to just draw the gun. I might have to round out this arm too. Let me see if I can redraw vector line, another cool tool in this software. Let's see. Yeah, that makes it look a little bit more, because it's like kind of flat right now, kind of straight, and this makes it a little bit more rounded. It's not as smooth, but it doesn't really have to be. All right, so now I'm gonna go back to my brush, hit P. I'm gonna shrink this down to like size 12, and then just do the top of the head. And when you're doing this, it's kind of weird to look at it close up, because it'll give you like a distorted view of how things actually look, because the outlines look pretty thick up close, but if I like zoom out, it's really not even that thick. So I think, in my personal opinion, I don't think there's a such thing as like too much line weight, because you can always go back and make it smaller, especially like I said in this software. So yeah, I got the basic shape of the head. Let me see. I kind of want to get these bangs down. Yeah. And then just have that one kind of come down. And I'm going to have to start using like the smaller brushes, because it's getting to the more fine details. I'm going to stick with like the size 10 for right now. Especially, let's see, like right here where the braids are coming down. I might need a smaller brush. Definitely once I get to like the like kind of inner parts of those braids, I'll definitely need a smaller brush, but for right now, I think it works. Yeah. So we'll just have those braids coming down. We want to try our best to maintain that, original integrity of the bottom sketch. Let's see. And that's hard to do sometimes, because if you've ever drawn a picture and like you have like the sketch and then you draw the actual picture and it's just like doesn't match the sketch at all, it's the worst feeling ever. Because it's not like you just use the sketch in most cases. Sometimes, like when you're working in digital software, you can. Like sometimes I'll draw a sketch on my tablet, and then I'll like, if I think it's good enough, I'll bring it over into like the actual software and use it, because I like it better than my actual redraw of it. And that's the cool thing about drawing. It's kind of like a mixed bag, because sometimes you will make what is basically a masterpiece by accident, and sometimes that is not good. Like it's good in a sense that you drew it once, but it's bad in the sense that you can't recreate it. And especially when you're drawing by hand and things like that, you can't replicate it. Your hand can only do, so much in a particular time frame. I feel like I'm just talking now. But yeah, I'm just kind of doing these braids right now, just getting the basic just forms and shape of the original like under sketch to Wednesday. And now she's kind of deviated from the reference. Like this is clearly based off Wednesday. And I tried to do it as best as I could from like the Netflix adaptation, but I think it kind of became, which is inevitable, but it kind of became my own version of the character, which even if I made it look completely accurate to Jenna Ortega, it would still become my own drawing no matter how accurate it is, because I'm the artist. So keep that in mind. At some point, you have to not only abandon the piece, but you have to know that it's not abandon the piece, but abandon the reference, but you have to know that it's your own drawing. It's not the actual reference. Like if you could make a picture exactly one to one with with a picture of somebody, then you basically have a photograph, really. Like it was it's different when it's like a time period like early on where you didn't have photography, but like in the modern age when people want art, they want art. A lot of people like cartoony things, thus, my style. But, some people like portraits that have a little bit of stylization on them. Like when I do portraits, they look realistic. They not I wouldn't say like a hyper realistic most of the time, but they look like portraits. It's just that I put like my pen and ink to it, and I'll still have like a comic-esque aesthetic to it, but it's more realistic than something like this, obviously. So, all right, and then we're just kind of getting the inner parts of it. Still haven't changed my brush size. I don't feel like need to. Easy. And again, this part is pretty simple. You're just kind of drawing over what you've just kind of put out already. So you're basically just tracing. It's tracing your own art. It's not the same as, oh, I saw this picture online, I'm going to trace it. There's ethical means of tracing things. If it's your own art, then honestly, you can do whatever you want with it. And honestly, if you're making art casually and you're tracing, there's nothing really inherently wrong with it. It just kind of, once you start claiming things as your own, that's where tracing kind of gets into more of a frowned upon area. So whenever you're doing a reference, try your best not to trace. Just it makes your artwork more original and it just makes you better at drawing, in all honesty. Let's see. So I'm kind of doing the hand again. Again, just kind of going over these areas that I didn't really dial in the first time. I guess I could like establish these knuckles or else it'll look weird. Let me see. I can do these fingers right here. Oh, they're kind of important. I don't like how I drew that one. I feel like I should probably get a different brush because this one is like really good for smoothness. But when you need like more jagged edges, it's not your best friend. But I think it's doing a job for right now. So I'll let it rock. I'm gonna go back to my size 10 right quick and just do this little portion of the gun. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. And you could do like there's a way to make, let me see if I change my brush size. There's a way to make the the gun like really straight. But I feel like that might, well, actually, I might actually do that actually, because it's like a mechanical thing. A lot of the time, I don't like to do that because it makes things less interesting. But on something where it's like a factory made thing with machines and stuff like that, like a gun, it actually works. So, you know, just be careful about when you do things like that. Be intentional about it. Yeah, that makes it a lot smoother too. That makes it a much easier process. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the move. I'm glad I decided to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna go to like a size four. Like when I do this, it makes the brush size like thicker than it actually is because there's no, what's the word? Because you can like change the size of your brush. Yeah, there's like no pin pressure to it. So it just makes it like the biggest size of the brush. So like if I'm drawing it and it's like a size four, it's really going from like a size maybe one to a size four. Like it's not an actual size four. Like I'm getting my size, let's say I get size seven right here. It's really like somewhere between size maybe two, three, four to size seven, depending on how much pressure I put on my brush. So, yeah. All right, I think the gun is looking halfway decent. So let's see. Let's just get into that right there. And I'm gonna change my brush sizes as I go along. Oh man, I'm on the wrong brush. Yeah, I'm just changing my brush sizes as I go. You don't want like a you don't want the brush sizes to all be the same. That'll make it kind of boring, in all honesty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Let's see. So Wednesday is looking pretty cool. I gotta remember to put 456. Okay, let me actually go ahead and do that right now while I'm thinking about it. Just kind of, I'm not gonna do like a super in-depth sketch for it. I'm just gonna put like a little sketch down under it and then draw back over it in black. It's gonna be kind of hard to see. Matter of fact, let me actually just put 456. I want it to be to where you can see that it's 456. Like you don't have to see the whole thing, but I want you to know it's there. I want you to know what's implied. And I want you to get the reference. Now, before I do that, let me actually look up how these numbers look on what's the main character's name? Is it Ji-hun? Is that the main character of Squid Game? Am I tripping? I know I'm not thinking of solo leveling. I might be thinking of solo leveling. I'm not racist, I swear. Let me see. Type in Squid Game. I'm just pulling up a reference on my tablet right quick. Yes, sir. What up, Don? She is strapped. That girl Wednesday Adams don't play no games. And for anybody else tuning in, like I said, this is a Netflix inspired live stream. Unfortunately, it's not sponsored, but I'm drawing Wednesday, Chopper, and 11 from Wednesday, One Piece live action, and Stranger Things, respectively. So, okay, now I want these numbers to actually match the kind of Squid Game numbers. So the four is like a little bit different than how I drew it. There we go. 4, 5, and then the 6. And it's very small things. It's a very small nitpick, but it just makes it feel that much more authentic, I should say. Now, while I'm doing this, let me make sure to save this uh constantly before the software crashes because like I said, I have the time lapse on and that takes a lot more space than just the regular drawing. So I can actually raise this 456 up a little bit because I feel like it's supposed to be a little bit higher. I think that's better. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to get like too in depth on it. It's not that serious of a thing, but the reason I'm giving her 456 is because she's basically the main character of this piece. I feel like in terms of popularity, Stranger Things is bigger, but the way I compose this piece, I feel like Wednesday just fits this scenario a little bit better. Ooh, I can come up with some made up lore for this one like I did in the last video. So, uh, for whatever reason, all of these characters have been, abductive and put in the Squid Game, and you know, the VIPs in Squid Game are trying to open up the the upside down, right? And they're hosting a Squid Game probably in the upside down, depending on whether I feel like making this an upside down Squid Game area, because that'll be a huge pain. But I don't want to be lazy, so I'm gonna just say I'm gonna do it. I feel like I didn't have to. I feel like I didn't have to actually outline that 456. I'll delete it later if not, but yeah, let's just kind of clean up the shoes and then we'll do the other two characters. We're getting close to like break time. The stream will go for a lot longer than the break time. We're like really just getting started, but I like to break like halfway through the stream just to get a little bit of lunch, just to refresh my mind a little bit and just give people some time to, break. So we have a decent looking Wednesday right here. Okay. So there's a few more things I can add to it, but for right now I'll just let it rock. And then we'll go on to 11. So let me control S and save it again. All right. I can hear my computer like pretty much wheezing dang it. Like it's letting out a lot of air. So I can tell a lot is going on. Let's see, where is 11? All right. So I'm gonna start a new vector layer. And just like I said with Wednesday, I want to start with about a size 15 brush, and then just kind of go down and just define these different areas. I'm gonna I'm gonna lower the opacity for Chopper because Chopper's kind of in the way right now. All right, and then let me see, go back to my brush, and then just kind of define this outer jacket area. Let's see, I'm gonna lower my brush and then just do like this kind of thinner area where like the collar is. I think that look makes 11 look really heroic. Just the fact that it's like an open jacket, you know. I wish I could like find a justifiable reason to give her like some waffles or something like that. But there's like no reason she would have that in here. Like I could just give her like one of the little cookies like Chopper, but then it's like I could give that to like any of these characters. It fits Chopper the best because Chopper will like he just loves sweets. So again, I'm just kind of establishing these areas, just really defining these different areas that I didn't put down. I think this looks sick though. I think this really looks sick. I don't know if I will be able to finish this piece tonight. I probably will. If not, I might just finish it off next week. But I prefer to get it done this week so I can go to like a different piece next week. But I don't want to rush. But we'll see how it goes. Let's see. Yeah, these drawings take forever. Like not forever, because the last one I did last week was like a 6 hour drawing. So in reality, it's not like forever. But for the average person that doesn't make art, for you to like sit down and actually watch through the full process, it'll probably feel like a long time. It's a bit better since I get to like talk through it and explain what I'm doing, but let's see. So yeah, we're just defining certain like facial features. I didn't like how I did that one, so I'm gonna do that one more time. I don't like that either. Like I said, this ain't the best brush. I might have to switch the brush, but I think that's good. I think that's good. And then we're kind of gonna bring this like hair down a little bit. Feel like I brought that down a little too much. I think that's straight. I think that's decent. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. It's pretty smooth, like for her hair, but because it's a little bit more loose and kind of wavy in the show, but I feel like that's all right. I don't like how I did that eye. Let's see. All right, so yeah, I think that's looking like 11. I think that's looking like 11. I also love the jacket. The fact that she's got the 11 like jacket, it just looks cool. So let me do the collar on the shirt. Let's see. Put that down right there. And again, I'm just, locking in and defining the areas I done already put down. All right. So it's off to a good start. It's off to a good start. Let me define these areas a little bit more, get the outline of the. Let me use a bigger brush for that actually. As I like to use the thicker brushes for like the outline parts. Let me see. All right. And then I'm gonna just put that arm up. This is gonna be like a little badge thingy right here that shows her number. That's another reason I have the shirt open is because it'd be kind of hard to see the 11 on her jacket otherwise. So let's see. I don't like how I did that. I'm a crap. Let me delete this. All right, let me go. Let me try a different brush actually. Turn up here. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. I feel like I should make this a bit bigger in terms of line weight. This is really my first time actually using this brush to draw. Like I think I've used this brush to like do my signature. But it's pretty nice for the areas that don't need to be like really sharp, just kind of like the more jagged edges, but I think that helped. I think that made it look a little bit better. I might use it for these hands too, maybe. Maybe not. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna define this hand a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me see. I don't know if I like the placement of that finger right here. Let me actually just overlap it a little bit. Hit my eraser tool. Kind of like that. Yeah, yeah, I think that works for right now. I could always delete it later. All right, now I gotta get like the lower part. I think she looks really cool. I think she looks really cool right here. All right, so let me go back to one of my bigger brushes and just kind of define the shirt. Yeah, I'm thinking that looks pretty cool so far. So now I just got to do the pants, and then I can move on to Chopper. And after I do the outline for Chopper, we'll take a break because I can, do this all day realistically, but like I need some food, you know. Let me see. I feel like that size 10 is a little small. Let's go with size 15. Size 15 will be better. I'm just changing the brush sizes depending on like the different part of the body I'm drawing. So let's see. I'm gonna change the brush again. Like I said, these pants kind of get baggy towards the bottom. Dang, this is not okay. There we go. All right, there's one shoe. All right, and then we'll go back to size 15 right quick and do the other, side of the pants. All right, and then we'll bring this part out a little bit. All right. And now we just have to knock that shoe out, and I think that'll be, whoops, I don't know what I did. I think that'll be the last part of this outline for 11. And once after I've done like the outline, I can actually get into, coloring and things like that, which that'll be a whole nother can of worms, and I'll worry about that when we get to it. But for right now, I think it's looking great. I don't like how I did that. All right. All right, so we've got the shoe, and I'm gonna, just fill in this right here. And I know I didn't complete her other arm, but honestly, it's gonna be behind Chopper. I'm not drawing the whole arm. That's just gonna be a pain. So you can see when I, cheat in this drawing. But now we get to the little guy Chopper. So, oh, let's see how this chat's looking. But yeah, you can already see how I've got 11 and Wednesday kind of drawn out. So I think it looks great so far. Let me sip a little bit of this coffee right quick. All right. Now let's wrap this first half up with Chopper's outline. All right, now we're gonna go in. He's like really funny looking. All right, so I'm gonna lower the opacity of the other characters just so I can focus on Chopper. And again, I'm gonna go with a size 15 brush and just get like the outline of like these major parts of his body. So yeah, go into these pants and let's see. Just kind of map out everything that's already set down. All right. Let's and I'm gonna make the patch of fur a different brush size just so I can get like the kind of finer details of the hair. All right, and then I'm gonna probably go with a size 10 for like the legs. He's got like these stubby little legs. And I know I can make like a straight line for these legs, but that's something that wouldn't work as well as like the gun because he is part of nature. He's a bit of a freak of nature, but he's also a part of nature. So something unnatural like a straight line on an organic creature is kind of what's the word? Um against my own self-interest, for lack of a better word. Let's see, yeah. Yeah, he's got like these little noodle legs and stuff like that. And it was just getting in on the feet. Again, using like smaller brushes for these tighter areas. Let me see, I can just kind of, all right. And that's pretty much my boy Chopper. Or no, that's half of my boy Chopper. So yeah, I'm gonna just kind of get these little furry parts like right here. And just kind of define them like that. I'm gonna knock out these little patches of fur here. And then I gotta get into the face. So let me do this little shoulder right here. I want to define this little cookie too. Like I said, Chopper is a greedy little character. Well, I wouldn't really call him greedy per se, but he likes to snack on sweets, especially in his wanted poster. I forgot to give him a jacket, but honestly, he doesn't really need one. So I'll just let it rock how it is. I could just make his pants because he doesn't necessarily need to wear the jacket. So he could just have the pants and the pants could have the number. I don't know if I want to do that. I kind of want to do that. I don't think it'd be that hard to give him a shirt though, in all honesty. I might still give him a shirt. We'll see how I feel after the break. But yeah, I'm just kind of defining his little hooves and he's kind of latching on to 11 because he's scared of Wednesday and just this whole situation in general. He's not one of the bravest of the Straw Hats. Now, I'd say all of these Straw Hats are brave, respective to what they're doing, but there's a difference between somebody like Chopper or Usopp compared to, Zoro or Luffy in terms of being fearless. Like they're all brave, but the the stronger Straw Hats are like, oh, they have a lot less fear as opposed to some of the, I don't want to call them the weaker Straw Hats, but they're the weaker Straw Hats. And Chopper, Nami, and Usopp especially scary. Like if you have them in a group, like I said earlier, if you have all three in a group, they're on a stealth mission. There's no fighting to be done. Like they'll fight if they have to, if they get caught, but they will hide out for a good portion of the arc until they get found. If it were up to them, they would hide out the entire arc and just run back to the ship. Heck, I feel like half the time they are hiding on the ship. They're like, nah, y'all got it. And which honestly, I don't blame them. I really don't. Like if you see some of the monsters that they get matched up against that Luffy just, I don't want to say magically defeats, because sometimes it's really not plot armor. Sometimes he's really just dogging people, but I don't blame them for being a little scary. Now Chopper, as cute as he is actually pretty strong. Like he can turn into a buff human essentially, but with like a reindeer body. So he's really stronger than an actual human. He can also turn into this giant, monstrous moose creature. So he's got a lot of like redeeming qualities that make him like, he's not one to sleep on. And honestly, none of the Straw Hat, even Nami will dog somebody like not barehanded. She has to kind of have her weapons like with her, but it's not like she's got guns or anything like that. To an extent, they're a little bit more effective in certain situations. Like a gun can only do so much against like an army, but if she's got like her baton and the weather how she wants, matter of fact, she can always have the weather how she wants it to. She pretty much controls the weather, but she can really light up a whole army dang near. And half the time I don't think she really comes up with those weapons herself because she has help from like Usopp and stuff, but I want to say sometimes she does, and sometimes she just gets lucky with some of the weapons and things she has at her disposal. But it's still part of her arsenal. It's like, Zoro can fight without his swords, but he's at his best when he's got them swords. So let's see. But yeah, we're getting close to completing the outline for Chopper. I sound really congested right now. I don't know why. But yeah, I think those are some decent antlers. All right, and I'm just finishing up this second set of antlers, and I think after that, that's pretty much the outline for these three characters. You lower my brush just ever so slightly. I don't like that. Let's see. All right, there's one antler. Let me do the other antler. And then this last antler. All right, and let me outline the eye right quick, and then that'll about be it. All right. Let me do this umbrella right quick. All right. And I think that's about that's about it, honestly. Or at least for the outline. So let me raise the opacity for these characters right quick just to see what we got. And now assuming I didn't do something stupid like draw this in the same layer, uh that should be we got the three characters outlined, all right? So we're gonna take a brief intermission and then I'll come back and color and do the rest of the like background and stuff. Don't know if I'll have this completed by the end of the night. We'll probably try to stream like the other lives till like 9 o'clock. But depending on how close I am to finishing, it might go a little bit over that. And you guys can feel free to pop in and pop out if you have to go. That's completely fine. But for right now, we'll take let's say about a 20-minute break. We'll come back at around 6:20 or 25. I might pop in before that and just kind of talk while I'm like munching on something. But let's say we'll come back at around, I think 6:25. Let's say 6:25. All right. So let me put up my out to lunch sign and mute my audio, and then I'll catch y'all in a few minutes. All right, so the stream is still on a brief break if anybody's like watching right now, but I just came to pop in and just talk a little bit. Uh so as always, I done made me some little noodles, just something quick, just to like break in between the stream. Because if I had to like go out and get some food, it would take like forever. But yeah, anybody that's still in here, let me know how you thinking of the piece so far and all that. Let me know if you got to leave at a certain time and all that. The stream's probably gonna go till at least till 9 o'clock. That's when I usually end the streams. So I can definitely understand. Or if you're like playing it in the background, I definitely appreciate it. Let me see. Wednesday looks sick so far. I think Chopper looks the best of the three. Only thing I don't like about Chopper is that I forgot to like give him a shirt. But like I could probably give him a shirt. I don't know if he needs one though. I might leave him without the shirt. I think the gun on Wednesday looks pretty well. I missed a little part to it though. Like the handle part. I didn't draw that under her hand, so I gotta add that, but I think everything else is working pretty well though. So to anybody that's there that's like just popping in, I am eating ramen noodles right now, taking a brief intermission. Sorry for any extra noise, any slurping or anything. I can mute myself if y'all aren't a fan of that. But I just wanted to, say something. I didn't want to like leave the stream unattended or anything. I should have put like what time the stream would start back, but we should. I'll probably start it back at like 6:25, so I'll give about maybe 2 more minutes. That should be enough time to like get done and get back to it. Still kind of new to this streaming stuff. I think I'm doing a decent job at it though. I got. Let me see. We still got 2 minutes left. Yeah, I'm gonna try to just guzzle up these noodles and then go back to the stream. And again, I don't know if I'm gonna actually finish this tonight, but I'm gonna try my best to. I think it looks really cool. It's almost that time. Try my best to like finish this off before that last minute hits. And there we go. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this back up. It is 6:25, and we will try to, at the earliest, in this stream at about 9. So I don't know if I'll actually be done by 9, but I should be at least mostly done with it by then. So I think now, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I don't feel like outlining the volunteers right now. So I think I'll just go ahead and start coloring, right? So I need, I think before anything else, I need a green and a red. I think a green and red color palette will fit this a lot just because Chopper wears red and the other two are going to be wearing green. Not to mention, the two volunteers are going to have, are, what was I saying? Are going to have, red outfits. So I think a red and green color palette should suffice. Now, I don't quite know what specific color of green or red to do for this, just because, you know, any green and red will not just work for this. The volunteers have like this kind of pinkish red. Give me a sec. And the actual Squid Game participants have like this kind of almost diluted kind of green. I don't even know what green I could call that, honestly. I'm not the best with colors and color theory, so bear with me, but um all right, let's see. Like they're telling me like cuz I'm looking it up and they're like telling me like what the red represents and everything. Like, that's great and that could help me, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. It's like a hot pink kind of color. Let me see if I can just kind of okay, so if I move the color wheel a little bit, then it'll give me more like this reddish pink that I'm looking for. The thing about pink is that it's like partially a lot of the time it could be like a lightened red, but that's not quite what pink actually is a lot of the time. This is a kind of like you see how it's somewhere between violet and like red. So let me see. I'm gonna move it down and just kind of try to get as red as I can without it being red, if that makes sense. Let's see. I want to see how that would look on like the volunteers. So let me move these because at this point I could put the volunteer layers behind the characters and stuff. So let me just, I'm gonna get like my little marker brush and go behind. Let me go to the other volunteer because the other volunteer is sketched out pretty well. And I'm gonna take this red, increase my brush size, and oh, this is the wrong brush. Yeah, I'm gonna increase that brush size and just kind of see how that looks. So I feel like that's a pretty fitting red. I feel like it'd be a little bit better. I don't think it should be that bright for one. I know that's gonna be a pain later if it's that bright. See, that looks more like a pinkish color though. I need it to be red. Usually I look up like a specific red or something like that, or even a green. Like if I could find the green for this, it would also help too. Let me see. Let me see if I can like look this up because I really want. Let me see. They got okay. I found a Squid Game color palette. All right, and then the hex code that they give me is like F44786. Now, if you were watching my other live stream, and even if you were, you might have missed it, but Color codes are really helpful when you need like a specific color and you want to just kind of copy and paste it, but you don't want to like go on the color wheel for it. So they give me this pink kind of color. I'm gonna mark that down right quick. So let me. All right, now this is just kind of straight pink, and then they give me another one. I'm gonna put in the code for that. This one's more of a like reddish color. I'm gonna go ED1B76. All right, and you see how that's more of a hot pink color. So it's giving Squid Game. This, let me see how close this was to my actual color. It's like a darker version of this color that I put down. And I feel like that works. I feel like that works. So that's gonna be our red. Let me see. And they actually give me a green. Let me actually control I this right quick just to that can actually be the green right there. That might be what I go with in all honesty, just to make things simple. But no, no, I won't. No, I won't, because that's not how the green is in the show. And I don't think I need the complete opposite green. That's a little too bright, you know? So I'm gonna use this red that they put on there, and then that'll be like my guide. Let me also put the greens. So the green color code they gave or I see on this site is let's see, it's 249F9C. All right, that looks like a Squid Game green type of color, right? I feel like, thank God for the internet, but I feel like that works pretty well. And now I'm gonna do the other green color, 037A76. And I know I didn't quite come up with these colors, but a lot of the time, if you're if you're bad at something in art, it's okay to like look to other sources. Cause I'd be danged if I was gonna do this on my own and have it look like butt cheeks. So with that being said, let me actually look at my references for the jacket. I'm excited to color these too. Now that I have like an actual color for it. So there's like darker colors in the jackets for like the collars and stuff like that, I guess. I'll figure it out. But yeah, let's start with I want to start with 11 actually this time. So I'm going to go to 11. I'm going to put her outline like parts or like the under sketches in a folder, and I'm gonna turn off the transparency for that. So now we're just kind of getting to the sheer characters, all right? So, and now I'm gonna make another folder. I'm gonna call it colors. Colors. All right. So yeah, now there's another folder. There's folders within folders. It's something you got to get used to, but yeah, I'm gonna turn on this little lighthouse gadget thing, and let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I'm gonna fill in the different parts to her jacket. And this is another fun part. Oh, that's sick. This is another fun part to this process is just like the coloring, because really you're just especially if you have like more modern software. Let me turn off like or lower the opacity on like Chopper. But yeah, when you're working in more modern software, it's a lot easier to color certain things. There's a lot of things you just don't have to worry about. So, all right, and now let me put a layer above this, and I'm gonna do that darker green. All right, so I'm gonna put that above, and then just fill in the collar on the shirt, the 11. All right, and there we go. I don't know if that changed anything. I'm not like they look like the same. Did I use the same green? I didn't use the same. Did I use the same green? Am I dumb? Don't answer that. Is that what? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me use this lighter green again. I know I'm not tripping. There's no way. Regardless, it looks straight, but like what? All right, so I I don't like that. No, I don't like that green. So I'm gonna go with this darker green. I'll still have the color there just in case, but I don't like that green. It seemed way too bright. And I guess like it would be good for like a light and a shadow type deal, but I have other means of doing that. So let's see. I'm gonna fill in the inside of let me actually merge these layers. That'll make it easier on me. Command E or Control E, whichever. And then I'm gonna, fill in this little jacket. Did I turn my volume back? Yeah, I did. I had to make sure. But yeah, I'm gonna fill in this part of the jacket. Oh, that's not the green I wanted. So yeah, I'm gonna get the same green. And then these jackets are pretty iconic because just seeing it, that's like evocative of Squid Game. So, and I'm gonna make a layer. I don't want it to be completely white. You usually want to avoid just complete white, complete dark, or no, complete white and complete black in art because that makes it less interesting most of the time. Sometimes you'll have a reason to use it and it'll be better, but in this instance, not really. So I'm gonna get the same green and just make it like put it towards like this 10 number right here, and then fill in any areas that would have like white on them. So the shoes and the shirt. And it's very subtle, but it makes like this cool greenish tint to this otherwise white part of the shirt. So I think that's nice. I think when I do the actual like outline of give me a sec. When I do the actual like outline of the character, I might do like a dark green color. I think that might be cool. But in terms of the skin, I hate doing the skin just because it's a whole nother color that I gotta pick out. What I could do is just make like a really light version of one of those reds. Are these like the same color for the reds? Let me see. One's 338, one's 334. Whichever is closer to, I think 338 will be right. And so I'm gonna lower that to like maybe 15. All right, so I'm gonna put that. Let me name some of these layers. I'm gonna name this one jacket, and then I'm gonna name this other layer the shirt. All right, and then I'm gonna just make a new layer and fill in some of these like different parts. So it's got like a pinkish color. Don't I okay, see, I can change it at any time. So I'll let it rock for right now, just so it's like a placeholder. But off rip, I don't like it. I really don't. And it's hard to get a tan color sometimes, especially to have it like fit the actual drawing. Let me see. That's looking pretty sick so far though. Let me look at these green colors to see which one I want. I want to have like a darker color. 11's got like brown hair, I believe, but it's like a dark brown hair. How do I want to do? Ooh, wait, let me see. Let me see. If I let me try something right quick. Because I might be able to get like a brown color. That could help me out immensely. So, what's this? Oh, that's great. Okay, so my object select is not doing right, but that is not what I wanted to do. Okay, sorry, having a few technical difficulties here. Trying to just select that one layer. So let's see. Okay, so I got these two colors, and I'm gonna separate them into like two different layers. So Control X, Control V, and then I'll automatically put them into different layers. And I want to lower the opacity to about 50. I'm gonna try to see how these colors look when mixed. It's not brown. It's not brown at all. It's like a purple color. So this is more of like a bluish green. That's not fun. All right, let me try something else. Let me Control T and see how they looked. Oh, this is like the same thing. So this is like a grayish purple color. So it's not really gonna be brown. That's not. Mm. Let me actually see how that would look anyway. It's all about experimentation half the time. So let's see. I'm gonna go over this skin layer that I need to name as the skin layer. And I'm gonna just see how that kind of purple color looks. Okay. I oof. Uh mm, I I don't know. I know how I feel about that. I have mixed feeler. Something that's like closer to brown. All right, let me go back to this 11 layer, and then I'm gonna also, if anybody said anything in chat, I really wasn't paying attention, my bad, but kind of struggling to do this 11 right now. So let's see. All right, so let's continue on. I'll leave 11 like that for right now, but I'll probably change it. So I just kind of want to get a general feel for how I'm going to color all of this. Let me Control S right quick to save. I definitely do like the green that I got going on. I like the coolness of the shirt. So let's see how I'm gonna do this now. Okay, let's go on to Wednesday and do a similar thing for her. So I'm gonna put all these underlayers into one folder. I'm not really gonna name the folder because I'm gonna remember what it is and it's not that important, but let's see. Where is actually I could just steal this green off of 11. So, all right, there's the outline for Wednesday. I'm gonna oh wait. I forgot to to do the little part to the gun. Sorry. Let me do that right quick. I don't like how I drew that actually. Let me flip that over. This drawing is kind of all over the place, but it is looking halfway decent. So there's that. And again, this doesn't have to really be perfect. It just it has to be a gun. Okay. There was a part of this that I like forgot was there, so I'm just kind of fixing that up right quick. All right, decent gun. I can fix it as I go along. I might fix it now. Actually, it looks a little weird. Yeah, let me redraw this vector line right quick and just hope it looks halfway decent. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid, I'd say. Again, I don't need the gun to be perfect. I just need it to be a gun. Okay, so let me see. We got the layer at the bottom. Hmm. I'm gonna duplicate the outline because don't actually want that 456 right there. I'll probably actually just color it in because it'll look kind of wonky trying to fill that in. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna select like different parts of this and just, delete them. A little bit tedious, but it's very quick maneuver. I ain't really worried too much about it. All right. Okay. So now I'm gonna get the green for this jacket, and then I'm just gonna fill in oh my gosh, fill in the jacket. All right. So let's see. Yep, yep. Yo, I like them in the Squid Game fits. That's actually pretty sick. It is an interesting piece. Okay, so I'm going to let me see. Wednesday does not have one, she doesn't have short hair. And two, she's got like darker hair than 11. It's like actually black. So but I'm not gonna make her hair actually black because that's, again, kind of boring. Let's try this purple color right quick. Give me a sec. I'm just kind of playing around with some things. Yeah, let's try this purple right quick. I'm probably gonna change it, but I just want to see how it'll look. Oh, this is being wonky. Okay, so let's see. All right, let's see how that actually. Nah, nah. All right, so we're gonna take that same purple and we're just gonna make it darker. So like maybe 15. Again, you don't want it to be all the way black because that'd just it wouldn't make for as interesting of a piece. There is actually oof. Why am I doing this to myself? How did I do this? Okay, 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 okay. There is actually one other thing I can do because I can go Control D, and even if I made the hair, um, what is it? Like an actual black color, I could do like highlights, which I'll probably do the highlights regardless. I might do some on 11 too. I think that'd actually help the piece. So I'm gonna take that same okay. I'm gonna take that same purple and just try it on like as some highlights for Wednesday. So let's try that right quick. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. So I'll leave that right there for right now. And you see how it's not like straight black hair, it's like really dark purple with these kind of light purple highlights, but it still gives the illusion that it's like is black, right? Now, Wednesday is a bit more she's usually a pale character. She's a little bit more like tan in the Netflix adaptation just because she's played by Jenna Ortega, but she's usually a very pale character. I'm trying to decide if I want to put an artistic spin on it and make her actually pale, or if I want to have her more accurate to the Netflix adaptation, because this is a Netflix inspired stream. So we'll just see. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna take the same little skin tone I put on 11 and put it on. I was gonna say Jenna Ortega. Wednesday. Whoops. And I'm just gonna one fill in that skin a bit more, but also put it along like the fingers and all that. So don't. Mm, mm, I might need to make her lighter. I don't know, but I'll see how it goes as the piece progresses. So, oh my goodness. All right. I might also be able to make the characters a little bit bigger again. I feel like that'd also help because I feel like some of this gets kind of lost. We'll see. I'll figure it out as I go along. Okay, so let me go back and I'm gonna get this purple that's in her hair and then just kind of do the same thing for like the eyes. Oh wait, I know what I did. Okay. She also has like these dark eyes. I feel like it's kind of hard to capture Wednesday. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do is to actually have her 456 outfit like a black and white thing. I feel like that'd be a lot easier to know that she's Wednesday because right now it's like Wednesday with because Wednesday like she says in the show she doesn't like colors. I feel like I have to yeah, I gotta do that. So I'm probably gonna take that same purple color and just kind of use it to make the jacket. So this color like about I'm gonna try to replicate how the actual jacket is like what that 9840. I'm gonna do the same thing for like um the sorry. I'm gonna try to make a purple version of the Squid Game jacket. So just bear with me for a second. All right, something like that. And let me see how that looks right quick. So that's the jacket. I'm gonna duplicate this layer and then lock the lock the transparency to the layer. That doesn't help, but we're getting there. I want it to look black. So I feel like the jacket should be like darker than her hair. This is interesting and kind of hard to do. Like, oh yeah. Let me look up I mean I don't really need to look it up. Her okay, hold on. Let me try that again. So I'm gonna take the same color and I'm gonna like make it a bit more gray. Yeah. I think that might actually be the move. So it's about I'm gonna go 10 and then like 40. Hey yo, this might be the move though. Like this might actually be the move. Because it feels more like Wednesday now. Because like I said, Wednesday doesn't wear like normal colors. She just wears like that kind of black and white type of color palette. So let's see. How else do I want to do this? I'd say one of the hardest parts of coming up with these drawings is the color palette itself. Because there's like no limit to how you can handle the colors. I all right, so I'm gonna leave that like that for right now, and then I'm gonna just get like a kind of white color for like the undershirt. All right, something like that. That should be fine. Okay, and then I'm gonna go under that jacket, Control D, and then just kind of fill that in. Whoops. All right, let me increase my brush size. All right, so there's the kind of undershirt, and then uh, I think I'm going to use. Well, hold on. I feel like the jacket portion should just like hold on. It's hard finding the words, but yeah, I feel like hold on. I feel like this little collar should match the actual jacket. See, now she looks like she's got a Squid Game fit, but it's like a more monotone coloration. So I think that fits. I think that fits pretty well actually. So I'm gonna look at the Squid Game. See, now that's more convincing of a Wednesday. Like I feel like that fits so much better. But yeah, give me one sec. I'm trying to. Okay, so now I'm gonna firstly just get this color again, and then I'm going to let me not delete, but yeah, I just want to be able to mark that 456 she's got right here. And again, for anybody like just tuning in, I'm making Wednesday 456 because she's kind of like the main character of this piece. So, and this is also okay to use that the straight straight line that I was mentioning earlier. Like usually you don't want to use that, but if you're making like numbers or something like that, especially if they're not like handwritten, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense because it's kind of like it gives like a factory kind of feel, and they kind of are just numbers in this game. Like if you're not a VIP, you're pretty much just not only a participant, but you're more like an animal, honestly. In the context of Squid Game, you're basically like a horse in a race. Heck, I feel like a horse in a race would actually be better than this because at least horses are like, treated like horses. Like they are treated like worse than actual animals. At least in some rights. I mean, I guess they're competing for what, millions of dollars essentially. But it's like they're so dehumanized throughout that. That's a decent 456. I'll probably change that as I go. But in fact, I don't like that. I really don't like that. Let me see. I'm gonna lower the. Did I put that in the same? Why did I put that in the same layer? What am I doing? Uh, yeah. Let me delete that right quick. Let me see. It's almost 7. I got 2 hours at least. So again, I'm not sure if I'll be done with this by 9. I might keep the stream going a little bit longer. But usually the stream, it depends on how close I am. If I feel like I can stretch this out to like another week, I'll probably just do it and finish it off next week. That way I'll have a much better, piece. And then I know people like tune in early on in the stream. So we'll see. If more people come like later on, it might be a different story. But again, we gotta see. I'm trying to keep my chat open. Let me make sure my phone's not behind and that I ain't missing nothing in the chat. Yeah, it looks straight so far. So let's see. In total, we've got 7 views in this, so that's pretty straight. So yeah, let's keep going. What was I doing? Let's see. Where's the shirt or the jacket? Am I tripping? Okay. So I'm gonna lower the transparency of like the jacket, and I'm gonna just draw that 456. Actually, I think mm, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Let me. Okay, here's something I can do. If I just start a new layer, type in 456, and then I'll probably just draw on top of that. Actually, that might be the whoops. That might be the move. Okay, so if I put this around here, that'll help a lot. Okay, so let me see how I want to do this. Okay, I'm gonna drag this and put it above like the shirt. Then I need to label these things. Let me label a few things right quick. Hair, because everything's starting to get lost. Skin, and then I'm gonna call this jacket. I should have known this was the jacket layer just for the fact that it's the only one with the transparency lowered. So honestly, I could let it rock like that if I really wanted to. I'll leave it like that for right now, but I'll probably come back to it. Okay, let me stretch out a little bit. Oh, I love how I did that. I so love how I did that. Okay, so I'm gonna get this this lighter part of the undershirt and then color in the shoes with it. All right, so it's kind of giving like this, monotone cut, like not monotone, but monochromatic kind of color palette to Wednesday, and it's kind of fitting with, 11. I'm trying to figure out if you could tell that's 11, because if not, better yet, let me see something. Because if I get this, I don't know if this will work any better, but let me see where 11's layer is. Okay, that's the skin. I need to name these layers too. Okay, so that's the skin. Let me see, that's the hair. Yeah, like I said, depending on how far I get with this, I'll probably end it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this by tonight. Just because there's like 5 different characters and I haven't even really touched the background, but I at least want to knock out the main characters. And so far, honestly, these two look great. I haven't quite finished either one of them, but they look great. Hmm. Yeah, let's continue a little bit. So where did I put the okay, so that's the hair. And I'm just gonna see what 11's like short hair will look like with Wednesday's kind of jacket color. So I'm gonna get this rectangle selection tool, fill that in. That's better. I feel like it's less colorful, but it feels more like a brown color than the other one. And I don't want it to be colorful anyways. Like it doesn't it's not supposed to be colorful. Oh. See, now I'm gonna have to figure out how to do a brown for Chopper. This is gonna be a pain. Because I want Chopper to fit the color palette, but I don't want him to like this is such a pain. Let me sip the remnants of my freaking ramen noodle broth and then I'll continue. Now I look down into the bowl and then look back up at the piece. Pretty sick, pretty sick. Okay, let's. Ooh, let me stretch a little bit more. Sorry, guys, but yeah, let's continue on a little bit more. So we're gonna do chopper. We're gonna do chopper. So let's see. Already the easiest thing to do is probably gonna make Chopper's hat this kind of lighter pink color because that's it's probably not going to be the same color as say the volunteers, but it'll be something close. So let's see. This will be a little bit easy since Chopper is above them in the layers. So let's put these layers into a folder. I don't need to name that. And I'm gonna turn his little outline layers off and let's do this. All right. So now we can start Chopper. And I like that Chopper's in the middle because he's most likely going to be the most colorful person in this piece outside of the volunteers. So let's see. All right, so his pink hat, genius. Let me see how it looks with this other like hot pink. I don't think that'll work that well, but either or works. Either or works, but I think the lighter one works a little bit more. Yeah, yeah, and then it's like the same color as like their skin tone, so or at least the same hue, I guess. My art degree ain't worth a quarter, but let's see. It's worth like a million quarters actually, but I think we're starting to get somewhere. So I'm going to probably do the same color for like his pants. Let me pull up another picture of Chopper. That's gonna be the easy part is that he's got two different reds basically as a part of his clothes. So let me see. This is 71.96. I'm gonna make this like 71. Uh Let me select it again and I'm gonna just go into the whatever this is. So instead of 96, let's go 50. Or actually better yet, it'd probably be better to go like 48 because that's like half. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see how that looks right quick. So I got the hat, which I need to label, but hat. All right, so we're going to do the pants. Chopper is Chopper is kind of the easiest one so far. Trying to see what all else I should do. So Chopper's kind of got like these brown eyes. This is gonna be like the hardest part is like getting a brown out of this character. What I can do is try to because I feel like yellow, like finding a good yellow to like mix with these colors. Or I could let me see what this red is working with. This red is like not gonna give me a brown like at all. At all. It'll just be like some weird variant of red, I feel like. Like to get a solid brown, you kind of have to be a little bit orangish. And how do you get orange? You get red and yellow. So anything else is just a weird purplish, brownish color, and that's not it. And I think it works for Wednesday and 11, but it's not gonna work for Chopper. So we're gonna try to get a yellow just so I can like get that little cookie thing in his mouth. That'll be the yellow, and then I'll mix that with the red, and that should give me a brown. Color theory, man. It's I think in terms of it's not my favorite part to do, but I think most of my creativity is probably in the colors, or that's a big part of the creativity because I could just pull out any color to match, but I think the intentionality behind picking out these colors makes the piece that much more unique. And I think that's why the Daredevil one last week turned out really well. But let's see. Give me a sec. I'm finna look up the the cookies from Squid Game. I don't even know what they were called. All right, so Dalgona candy. That's so fitting for Chopper because he loves candy. So let's see. Squid Game cookies refer to the Dalgona candy featured in the popular Netflix series Squid Game. This candy, also known as Papagi in Korea, is a traditional Korean street food made from melted sugar and baking soda. It has a honeycomb-like texture due to the addition of baking soda, which creates bubbles during the heating process. As you can see, as you can see, a lot of prep time and research goes into making pieces that you just kind of pull out of your keister. So, how do I want to get this yellow? I think I want to select this green. It is at 178. Okay. So, how do I want to get a yellow? If I went and let me select this layer that this color is in. So I went to this jacket layer and went. Hey, that's kind of cool though. There's no reason for me to do it, but that's kind of cool. But matter of fact, let me just look at some of these opposite colors to the. Dang it, that's not what I wanted. Let me go to Chopper's hat right quick and just kind of see. Okay, that's green, like a freaking leprechaun. Let's see. Okay, Control I here. That it's gonna be green, which is pretty fitting considering like the whole piece is gonna be like red for the most part. But okay, so what else? What else? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this. I need a yellow color. We already have like these brownish colors, but I want something a bit more light. And since this is kind of copper, Chopper's color palette, I think I should get this red. But if I like put it to yellow, it's gonna be way too bright. Unless it's like an orangish kind of color. I think that's actually better because it's not really more of a yellow color. It's more of like a golden, like a golden brown almost. So I'm gonna take this. His red color is like 338. So the color wheel is in a 360 kind of increment. A third of 360 is like 120. I want to get it to yellow. So whatever is like close to yellow in like maybe 30-degree increments, I'll do it. So math. Let's okay. So I'm gonna show you guys how I like pick colors. It's so extra for no reason, but say okay, we got 338 right here as the red, right? And the color wheel goes up to 360, and then you're back at like zero. That's how this is math. I'm helping y'all with math, right? For if I got any like students ever watching this. So 338, right? And we're gonna add like 120. Just we're gonna add 120 to get like a third of the way through this color wheel. So that'll give us 458. But again, we can't go past 360. So we're gonna subtract 458 from 360, and then that'll be 98 on the color wheel. Yes, I had a calculator, but whatever. 98, and then that gets us into green territory, and I don't want that. So I'm gonna go back down by like 30, which will give me like 68. And that kind of gives me into this yellow, this limeish yellow territory. Don't want that. I'm gonna go down, say another like 60 degrees. So we're like at half of 120. So that'll give me like 38. And I think 38 is like I think 38 is straight. Yeah. If I go down any lower than that, I'll be in like the red territory. This is like a good in between, like a orangish color. So this is like the same, I think, tone as his hat, but what was I gonna say? It's a different color. So it's, what did I say? Like this is like 60 degrees above his hat, like in terms of color. So I wonder if that'll be a good clip later on, like a little color theory math equation clip. But yeah, let's continue. Let me name this layer with his pants right quick. But yeah, that's kind of how I select colors. I'm halfway decent with math, so that usually helps me sometimes. And I think that cookie looks great. I think it looks like one of the Squid Game cookies. And if you like really zoom in, you can see that umbrella. So yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. And it's fit, like I said, it's fitting for Chopper to, have it in his mouth. He's kind of, he loves candy. So for the fact that this is pretty much a piece of candy, it's so fitting for him to have it. So, now outside of us just doing all that work to fill in the cookie, the other part of it is that now I have a kind of yellow color to mix with the red and give me a brown. And, I could simply pull up a picture of Chopper and copy all his colors, but I'm trying to have it cohesive with the piece. And the more intention you put behind selecting the colors, the more cohesive the colors in the piece will be. So, there's that, in my opinion. So, let's see what else we got here. Okay, yeah. I'm supposed to be mixing colors. I went on a tangent, but yeah, let's I'm gonna start a new layer just simply to put this yellow in and like mix it. And I'm gonna set this to like 50. This is a good way to mix the color. And this isn't quite brown, right? So this is more like an orange color coloration. I could probably darken it though. I can probably darken it. I might do that in a sec. Let me see how it looks um on this other part. This might actually be, you know what? Let's see how that one looks right quick. Let me turn this off. And I'm kind of nervous about this, but hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I'm gonna go above the. Let me call this layer cookie, right? So the cookie layer, I'm gonna go above the pants layer, and then I'm gonna fill in, these different parts to Chopper, fill in the ears and everything. I love this piece. Like I really love this piece. Now, that's a bit reddish for my taste. I don't like it. In fact, now that I think about it, considering that this cookie is like an orange, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna actually, how should I do this? Ooh, give me one sec. The coloring phase is just the most stressful because there's like so much that can go into it, especially how I do it. All right, now if I did that, then, I definitely like that better than this coloration. He seems a little too red. This one, he seems a bit more orange. Now, let me see something. Yeah, definitely not that. So I can either, I feel like this is gonna be on the nose. I just have to make it darker. Speaking of on the nose, he has a blue nose. That's gonna be the biggest pain. Like giving him a blue nose in this piece. That's a whole nother color that I gotta. Okay, okay. Wait a minute. What if I what if I made Wednesday more of like a blue coloration than that purple, and then that'll make because if I add a whole nother color, that's gonna be a whole nother pain. I feel like Wednesday can use like a blue color palette though, and then that might go better with the green. Whatever. Let me see how this looks right now. I think Chopper is getting there. Let me leave that right there for right now, and then I'll fix it up in a sec. All right. So I'll just call this fur for right now. And again, this is just temporary. This is a placeholder color. I'm just trying to map out how I want Chopper to be. This coloring portion is gonna kill me more so than everything because these three have like three completely different colors. Okay, those eyes, because Chopper does have like these brown eyes, but if his eyes match the fur, I don't think it will work. So your blue nose is finna kill me though. Like everything else is straight, but now I gotta do a blue nose. That is, oh, that's so okay. Okay, so I'm gonna label this one eyes, which I could probably just put these eyes in the same layer as the pants since they're the same color. But I think I should actually do a lighter pink color first, just so I can like get somewhat of a white color. Ooh, you know what? Speaking of which, because I think his like hooves and stuff are supposed to be like a darker color as well. So let me try to use that same red for his hooves. Again, you want to limit yeah, there we go. You want to limit the color palette as much as reasonably possible. So I think the fur is still not quite there. Like I might just genuinely need to make it darker or maybe have a bit more gray to it. But he's looking like Chopper. So I'm gonna get this eyedropper tool, right? And then I'm gonna just lighten it up to like, 10 on this color. And I feel like since I'm getting close to like knocking the color palettes out for these characters, I might be able to clutch this. Maybe not by 9 o'clock, but I might be able to get it done by the end of the night. I don't want this to go past 12 though. Like, and plus even 12, I've never done a like up to 12 on a live stream. So I think that would be pushing it. I don't think I should go any more than like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours past when my stream is supposed to end. Plus, I don't know if I'll get any views. If I like, you know what I mean? I don't know if people will watch to that long. So I might have to break this one up into, two parts, like I kind of mentioned earlier. But so far, so good, though. All right. So, yeah, Chopper's getting there. Okay. Now, he's mostly done. The issue that I'm about to have is that I need to get that blue nose. And there's like nothing on here to give me a blue color. And if I add another color, that'll just throw the piece off even more. So, and I can't use that purple, or can I? Like, ugh. I feel like it's blue though. It's got to be blue. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me think this through. Let me check the chat again. My phone won't stay on, or maybe I keep turning it off by accident. So it's like hard for me to check the chat. But let's see. Okay. So let's zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to attempt to change Wednesday's color palette so that it's more of a. This is gonna suck. How am I gonna? Okay, okay, I got an idea. I got an idea. I got. Let me see. I'm gonna get Wednesday right. I'm gonna Control J and just copy her folder, and then I'm gonna Command E to merge everything. And now I'm going to let me see. Make a where is it? Transform. tonal correction, right? Think it's brightness. No, hue, saturation, luminosity. Okay, so you can kind of see that her color. Oof. Okay, so this I can't change the skin. I've gotta she looks she looks like that one uh that one character from Charlie or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. So okay, let me go negative because it was a kind of violet color palette. It's ironic because that girl's name was Violet too. But yeah, this was like a violet color palette, so that means it was around purple. So if I make it like -30, it should get me closer to blue. No, not good enough. Let's try -60. I hope y'all can see. Matter of fact, let me see, because if y'all can't see this, then I'm kind of looking stupid. Well, y'all can see the colors changing. So let me see if that's -60. Let me try like -90 right quick. No, that's 90. -90. Uh, I think I liked -60 better. Negative, man. Negative. Okay. Sorry for me fooling around with these colors, but do I like that better? Why does it keep giving me the wrong color? I'm gonna go with -60, and then I'm gonna just try to take that blue coloration that she's got here. So, let's see. How do I want to do this? And don't fret, I'm going to change her skin back because I know she looks kind of weird. And while I'm doing that, let me just move this off to the yeah. Yo, 2 Wednesdays. Low key, low key chat. She kind of looks more like Wednesday with the kind of with the kind of bluish skin tone. Like I can't be tripping, right? Like let's look at these side by side. You got actual skin tone with I kind of like this Wednesday better. I'm gonna Okay, so I can't just completely change like this character I got right here because this one is like just one solid image. So I'm just gonna to take all the colors and just you know fill in the layer with like the transparency, if that makes sense. So for instance, I'm gonna just go into this kind of blue color right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna transparency lock this and then just kind of get the selection tool, fill that in. And you see how it's already starting to you know, you know what I mean. All right, so I'm just gonna go down the line and do that with the whole character. I feel like there was a more effective way to do this. You know what? I'm gonna leave her skin the same just for the fact that one, I can always change it later, and two, this is the Netflix inspired Wednesday, and she does have a normal person skin tone. So I say normal person, a skin that looks like the average human Caucasian, you know. So let's see. This is the skin. I'll leave the skin alone. The jacket. For the jacket, I'm gonna. The only thing that I did. No, 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 no. That's right too. Okay, so yeah, let me fill in the jacket. Somebody popping in will probably be like, "What? Yo, why are there two of these like Wednesdays?" Long story. I do like this coloration to Wednesday more. I really do. I should have had like a matter of fact, let me go back a little bit. Okay, okay. I hopefully I don't mess this up because I don't want to like but I'm gonna control C and then just all right, yeah, 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 yeah. And I'll show you why I did that in a minute. But okay, so I think the jackets are the same now. What else do I have? And then the undershirt is the last thing that I think I have to fix on Wednesday right now. So we're gonna take that, do that. All right. So with that being done, let me turn off this Wednesday copy, and then I'm gonna Control V. So if you, it's very slight, but if you notice, this is the original coloration I just had, and then this is the new one. So it's ever so slight, but it's more of like a blue Wednesday coloration rather than this kind of reddish violet kind of coloration. I feel like that fits a little bit more. I didn't do the shoes. I didn't do the shoes. But that's fine. So, well, it's not fine. I gotta fix it, but I can do that pretty quickly. All right, so let me go back and then fill in the color for the shoes. And outside of the subtle change in color, because it really wasn't that big of an issue. The biggest deal about that is that now I have a blue color to work with that can be, Chopper's nose without having a whole nother color to like add to this piece. It'll just, I feel like, make the piece more cohesive. And later on for reference, I might actually just, yeah, save a copy of that original Wednesday folder and just turn off the transparency. So yeah, let's continue on, right? So, oh, one other thing, let me see that 456, because this is a and it's very slight. It's not even gonna make too much of a difference, but I'm going to edit this so that the font color is the same as like the jacket color. All right, so okay, that should do it. All right, stop. All right, there we go. 456. And I think that fits it a lot more. 11 kind of looks like Bobby from King of the Hill. I might have to get a darker tone for like the hair on 11, but I'll let it rock for right now. I think 11 also has like brown eyes, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta check that, but let's see. So we got about like an hour and a half left, and we're getting close to, being done with the characters, at least like the base, just drawings for the characters. So let's see. Now that I have a blue kind of color, I'm gonna go back to Chopper and do his nose. And yes, I took probably like 15, 20, maybe even 30 minutes to just get a blue, but I feel like it helped the Wednesday drawing, and it also make just the colors for the piece be a lot more cohesive. And now I have like the same blue that I can use for Chopper. So where is Chopper's layer? I feel like I sound like Luffy in that recent trailer. He's like, Chopper, what are you doing? And then he's kind of just scared, just like this. Brain not working. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, so I'm gonna make probably another layer. Okay, so these are antlers. Let me label that antlers. Okay, so we got the antlers in, and I'm gonna do his blue nose. Just call it nose. I would really like to get done with this by the end of the night, but I'm almost certain there's no way I can get all this done. But they look cool though. They look so freaking cool, dog. I love doing this stuff. All right, so let's get his nose kind of filled in. I don't want it to be like too dark. See, he looks like a dog. There's two things I can do. So I can either put a highlight on his nose, or I can make that whole nose blue. Not gonna hold you. I kind of like that, honestly. He still kind of looks like he's got a dog nose, but honestly, Chopper just kind of looks like he has a dog nose anyway. So I'll leave it like that for right now. Yeah, all that work for that. So it is what it is. But that definitely looks like Chopper. So and that's a believable enough Wednesday. I feel like it's a little off compared to the Netflix adaptation, but you could still clearly tell that's when like who else is that gonna be? All right, let me control S. And even if people don't, get off rip who these characters are, it's still cool for them to like see you put this piece together. So now there's a few things I need to clean up. I need to like finish off the gun in Wednesday's hand. I need to go in and edit the volunteers. I'm still iffy about Chopper's fur. Like everything else is straight, but I don't know how I feel about that fur. It feels like a brown color, but I'm not too sure how I feel about it. So give me a sec. I'm trying to think of how I should proceed. Still got like an hour and a half. So or a little bit less than an hour and a half, but what all do I need to do? I need to let me just worry about finishing off the character. So a few things that I can just knock out right now, the whites of the eyes and everything. So let me go to Chopper and start with him. And I'll probably just do it in a separate layer and then just do the whites of the eyes. There we go. Just take my word for it. It's there. I can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And then I'm going to do the same thing for 11 and Wednesday. Actually, give me a sec. So I'm going to close this layer, go to 11, and then just do a layer above the skin. And I'm just going to make the whites of her eyes. Okay, so there's that. And then I'm going to do the same thing with Wednesday. So I'm going to open up that layer, and I don't think I named any of her like clothes and stuff. Let me see, where's the skin? I'm gonna make a layer above the skin, label it like white, just for the whites of the eyes. And I probably don't even need to make a whole separate layer for that, but I'll go ahead and do it. And now that I'm looking at it, I'll probably just fill in like the eyebrows, because they don't have like a color to them. Okay, so let me get this bluish color, and it should be the same as the hair layer. Yeah. So I'm gonna just fill that in. If I can. Oh, I have the transparency locked. So yeah, sometimes for y'all that don't know how transparency locking works, you might accidentally just like lock the layer so that you can't color it. And it's good if that's, your intention, but a lot of the time people don't mean to do that. Even when I'm trying to, sometimes I don't mean to, but yeah, okay, so what else? So the gun and Eleven's eyes, and also just parts of Eleven's actual clothes, just kind of me need to be fixed up a bit, and a little bit on Chopper too. So let us see. How do I want to do this? I do like this color palette though. Give me one sec. I gotta turn on like some of the lights in my room right quick. Oh yeah. All right. So let me look at the gun right quick. That'll probably help me like color the actual gun is like looking at my reference. And again, you want to pull up references to whatever you're drawing. I know some people might feel a certain type of way about references, but all the good artists use references. Like, don't be afraid to use some references. Okay, they'll kind of give you a nice frame of reference. They'll kind of help you to know what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, how certain things would look that you just like try to be good without using a reference as well. But definitely references help a lot, especially if you're doing portraits or something like that. You use a reference. Like it's going to help you. I can't really tell you how to draw. It might fit your style or, your drawing to not use a reference sometimes. A lot of the time I'll just draw something and then kind of use a reference. Yo, and then yeah, that look cool. But yeah, just kind of use the reference to just make sure everything lines up. But okay, I feel like the gun fits Wednesday's color palette. All right, and that just kind of fills in the area a bit better. I like that she still got like the Squid Game fit, but she's 456, but it's more like a gray kind of coloration. It fits her better. Because honestly, with the actual Squid Game color, she wouldn't look like Wednesday. She really wouldn't. So it's coming along. It is coming along. So let's see. Now that we got the gun filled in, let's go to 11. I'm gonna like kind of fill in that hair a little bit more, or like thereof. She's got pretty short hair, but let's see. I'm gonna fill in this little back area right here, and then I need a color for the eyes. Like I said, she's got brown eyes if I'm not mistaken. So let's see. It's hard to tell kind of how I'm trying to think of the word. It's kind of hard to tell the colors that should be on 11 just for the fact that some of these images have her in like the upside down and all that. But let me see. She's definitely got brown hair, but I'm trying to look at like the shorter hair she's got. It's still brown. Trying to think, but it's kind of like wavy as well. So I think she could use some highlights. I think if I got like, I don't want it to be like a straight purple color. I think now that I have Chopper in here, I can actually use this kind of reddish brown that he has. And I feel like that'd be more of a convincing brown for 11's hair. So let me duplicate the layer for her hair, right? And then I'm gonna transparency lock it, fill that in. See, now she looks like a freaking redhead, but which definitely doesn't fit. But let's try something else. What if we got this other like brown color from Chopper, and then I don't think this is gonna work, but let's try to kind of make it a little bit wavy, kind of like this hair is, maybe I can't. Well, no, no, wait. That's not 11. That's not working. That is so not working. So I feel like that was a better kind of coloration that I had going there. Now, what I can try is like, let's try the actual brown. See, now she looks blonde. I hate it here. Mm, what if I had like these dark highlights? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because, let me see. I don't know if that's working either, in all honesty. That looks like a first grader do it. So I think 11's hair is going to give me the most issues out of this just because I can't quite put my finger on why I don't like it. Like it's shaved, so it could definitely be like this kind of. Oh. It's also not completely smooth like that either. I feel like that's another big thing. I feel like the actual color can fit a bit, but like the top of her head. Let me see. Let me see something right quick. Because if I go, let me get a small brush and just have it like just a normal black kind of brush. And then even just do that. Let's see how that looks. If I Why did this do this to me? Hold on, I'm trying to. This is hard. Oh my gosh. All right, so I don't like this coloration, but I think I can choose this same color and maybe uh you know what? I'll just leave it where it is right now and because again, I'm probably gonna have to like come back to this next week anyway, and then I'll try to contemplate on it for next week. But for right now, I'm gonna keep it pushing. So let me try to like fill in her eyes at least. I think her eyes are like a brown kind of color too. I know this is more of like a gray color. Something about that 11. I feel like it's the hair. I feel like the hair is really messing it up because her hair is not that smooth. It's short, but like in the respective season I'm referencing, her hair wasn't quite that short. She had like a good half an inch of hair as opposed to like the shaved head that she had when the show started. Let me check my chat again. All right, let me leave that like that right quick. Let me because I haven't like actually looked at the chat in a little bit. Okay, so let's see. Let me check. Okay, considering that I'm kind of gassed. Um, and I don't think I have too many concurrent streamers at the moment. I might call this one a little bit early, but we'll see. I think the views kind of just drop down after a little bit. So let me check how long this stream's been running. I might end it in a few minutes actually. We'll see. I think I need a break. Why did I leave that out to lunch right there? Oh my gosh, I hate it here. I freaking hate it here. Ugh. Anyways, I'm gonna I'm going to harm myself, but in GTA. So let me see. So far we got Wednesday. She looks dope. Chopper looks dope. 11 looks dope. Let's kind of try to now plan out the background. Again, I'm probably not gonna finish this tonight just by design. I'm probably not. I think everything is looking pretty all right though. Let me see. I'm trying to look up like the Squid Game background that I have going. If I can even see where I give me one sec. Trying to look up like this kind of playground area. Yeah, I'm just kind of pulling it up as a reference on my tablet. So, I think the stylization is great. I think the stylization is really great. The characters might stand to be a little bit bigger, but I don't think they really need to. Let's see. I'm gonna take that yellow that Chopper had, or that kind of orangish golden yellow color that Chopper has from the cookie. Let me turn the chat on again. I keep friggin' my phone keeps turning on, or I keep turning off the phone, one or the other. All right, and then I'm gonna like hit P right quick. I want to get as much kind of mapped out for next week as possible. So let's do background. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is all like one color. I'm gonna put another folder within this background folder. I'm gonna start a new layer. Let me do a. I'm gonna do a vector layer just so that I can, you know, figure out where. Sorry, it's really late, but yeah, just so I can like figure out what why am I tripping? Oh, okay, I see. I didn't turn up the opacity and all that. So I'm gonna brain, you know, go to this vector layer, go to one of my vector pins, and just so like I can kind of map out the background, I'm gonna let's see. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Let's see. I'll probably lighten that yellow a little bit, but let's see how it actually looks like the actual ground looks. Matter of fact, because I don't feel like the actual ground should be that bright of a color. Like maybe I should dull it down a bit. Nope, not that. Is not what I meant to do. All right, so oh my gosh, why is it doing this to me? Let me control D, and now let's try that again. All right, so this should just be the bottom portion. So there's that. There's that. It's kind of given like that kind of sandy look that it had in the show. And now, and I'm so glad that I pulled out a blue for this, because now the background does have to be somewhat of a bluish or purplish coloration. Okay, so, and I'm probably gonna have to do like what am I trying to say? I'm probably gonna have to do, I don't even remember, but let's keep going on. I'm probably gonna stop the stream once I get like these basic background elements done. Matter of fact, once I can figure out the actual like background right here, I might just call it there. So uh let me let me control I this right quick. Okay, so that's an actual blue. That is very convenient. Let me control Z and then I'll put a layer behind that one. And then we'll just have like a blue layer in the background. Control D that. And I'll actually probably just put it behind. Mm, ooh, mm. Okay, let's do some things. Let's do some things right quick. Why? That's not what I wanted. Okay, okay. So let's see if. Okay, so that's the whole background. Let's put the background obviously behind the volunteers, but trying to see something. I'm gonna put this layer above the the background color that I established. And so now I like that this is a blue color. Oh, that's gonna be sick. See, see if this is like the upside down, then this darker color palette will be really sick. But the only thing is like I I'm gonna leave that color there. And honestly, I think I should clean up a few areas, and then I think I should call the stream about there, just for the simple fact that it's been going on long, and there's almost no way that I'm gonna finish this, especially within like another hour. I don't think I'll finish it. So I think this will be good to like say for the whole like next stream. I can really do like backgrounds and lighting and stuff like that. But for right now, I think I'll just have like these three, and I might even screenshot it and just promote it to like finish off next week. So because I can keep this stream going to like 10, but I think I'll just start to like burn out after a while, especially if there's like not too much of like the chat still there to like kind of keep me going. But yeah, thanks to everybody that did show up and gave some input. I think this piece got a lot better just off the input. And I might have these streams go on a little bit shorter, depending on well, see, this one is a bigger piece. This is a much more ambitious one. So let me see, where's Wednesday? I'm gonna just kind of fill in, just make some of these last minute marks, turn off that jagged right quick, and then just, fill in some of these parts that aren't filled in already. I don't like how that look. Matter of fact, let's keep the stream going for like maybe 15 more minutes just so I can make some quick cleanups. I don't want it to end too abruptly. Yeah, let me hit P and then just kind of color in some of these areas. I think this live stream is ending about the same time the first one did, at about like 5.5 hours in. I gotta check, but I want to say it's been like 5.5 or almost 5.5 hours. It's at least been five since it's almost like 8 o'clock. So, but yeah, it was one of those days. Not too many people really showed up too much. So I'll probably just keep it going next week, like I said, and just finish off some things. It'll probably also be easier for me to like review and watch through this and get some ideas. So, but this squad right here looks sick. Yeah, let me see. Let me control S, and I'm gonna open up the chat again right quick just to see if there's any last minute notes and things of that nature. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So I'm gonna just spend the next 15 minutes kind of cleaning up, um, and just kind of getting things right. It might not even be 15 minutes. I might just, you know what? I think I'll just go ahead and end it there. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is a decent start. So I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to like close off the stream. Thanks again to anybody that, tuned in. But yeah, see you next week and I'll try to finish the piece. And I'm out.